Alright, just give me a mic check here.
Check.
Alright, we're good. Okay, everybody, welcome back to more Danganronpa 2 Goodbye Despair. I am Mr. Grinchman, once again along with ACP. In the last stream, we took on the rest of Daily Life in Chapter 3 and also Deadly Life. And I realized how much I underestimated how long this chapter was. So a lot happened. We still don't know what happened to Nekamaru, we haven't seen him. But the big part was Nagito, Akane, and Ibuki started to go a little crazy. Akane became somewhat of a wimp, Nagito started lying all the time, and Ibuki became super gullible. And we found out the reason for that was because apparently there was a small bugs, I believe, on the island that gave the despair disease, to people. And in an effort to try to keep everyone protected, we split up into two groups, the three that were infected along with Fuyuhiko, Mikan, and ourselves, staying at the hospital, and everyone else stayed at the motel. But yeah, something went wrong, of course, because of course it did. One morning, the last morning, we woke up and when we went to the hospital, we found out a very disturbing video of Ibuki hanging herself. And when we went to go investigate, we also found that Hyoko's dead too. So, yeah, then after that, we took on the investigation, and we're ready for the trial. That's pretty much all we'll be doing tonight. So, and I will be completely honest, I do not remember really anything about this trial. This one and 4 I have the least memory on, so I don't know about ACP, but this is one I do not remember much of at all. So
Yeah, pretty much. Like, I remember, of course, broad strokes, but I'm very fuzzy on the details.
yeah, this trial is one of the most controversial. We'll get into that at the end, but for now, let's get underway with this trial. Don't forget to update your skill, yeah. I think that's everything that you have.
And then I buy anything else now.
Oh, you can open your handbook and you can buy stuff, I think. You have to go to the students, the report card. And then click on the Usami. Yeah. Okay, let's see.
Oh, we got what?
Yeah, the ones you have, the ones that say get are the ones you bought.
Yeah.
You've got 10 shards you can spend. Slightly increases time limit. You don't really need that.
Yeah. Focus.
Yeah, that's the speed reticle. I think that decreases the delay in firing bullets.
That could be helpful.
Yeah. Do it all.
Sometimes in these harder ones, it can be kind of annoying to have the delay.
Yeah. You can see what else you got. I guess you can get that. Okay. Alright, just make sure you equip that. What else you got? Melodious voice? What is that? Increases damage to opponent during the panic talk. Oh, that's the... Yeah, that's the bullet.
I mean,
yeah, I mean, you can get that.
That one too, sure.
Okay. Well, that's what you
Why
can
not?
Yeah, just go equip them real quick.
I don't even know if I... Oh, I have just exactly enough.
Okay, you have 10. How much is the SP? 5, okay. And 4, okay. Okay, well, that's enough.
Cool.
Hold on, I'm gonna read this dialogue at the bottom. Oh, dang it, where's the end of it? I should have read it. I just want to read this dialogue at the end. Yeah, well... Ooh. Drug class trial. Okay, here we go. Okay, it's coming back to the roundup again. Okay, here we go. Scroll faster, please. There we go. The despair disease and 2 consecutive murders. The thought of a third-class trial fills the remaining survivors with despair. Of course it does. Why would the disease be a motive? Why did Ibuki hang herself? And why did Hyoko's body suddenly appear? Survive the class trial where mystery begets more mystery. All right. Well.
Pretty cool.
Okay. Checking your bullets here.
Yeah. So we got file,
Blood on the
bloody
soles.
footprints, rope,
Your key.
key,
The paper that the hamster got.
paper,
Curtain. Step ladder.
curtain, step ladder,
Handle.
handle,
AC.
AC, smudge,
The glue that
the
Chiaki.
glob.
The glob that Chiaki put in her mouth.
Yeah.
Nikon's account. Surveillance.
Counts.
Kabuki's video.
Video.
Yukiko's account. Sonya's. Yeah, that was him talking about what he did this morning.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then the movie ticket invite. Oh yeah, we also saw the crappy movie last time.
Yeah.
The game was better.
Probably count.
And then
And Wizard of Monami.
Alright.
Cool. I think I remember looking at the bullets, I remember how most of them are used. There's only like one or two I can't remember how they get brought up, but
Yeah.
it'd be too hard to figure it out.
Yeah, we shouldn't have too much trouble with this one.
Now then, let's begin with a simple explanation of the class trial. During the class trial, you will present your argument. If
we
you
already
vote
know
trial
all this.
Oh, we skipped
punishment,
that.
oh well, who cares about this?
I don't mind starting
missed
the
that last
trial,
one.
but
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, he said like he
Okay.
missed him say like who cares about the boring explanation, let's get on with it already.
Yeah.
You missed that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Didn't really have a grasp on how the case played out. Okay.
you know, because I was asleep the whole time. Even if you do grasp it, you're just gonna confuse the heck out of us, aren't you?
But Nagito's not alone. I don't really get it either.
You don't get much, Akane.
You're fine. Your head's empty anyway.
Thank you, Kazuichi. Thank you.
Yeah.
Empty head? Huh. What's wrong with that? Listen up. The emptier your head, the more dreams you can stuff inside it, you know?
Not right.
I guess. But if your head is too empty, you won't be able to achieve any of those dreams.
Yeah. Thank you.
Anyway, we shouldn't proceed with the trial if those two can't participate in the arguments. Since he's the first witness, why don't we ask Hajime to explain the incident and the sequence of events?
Then, let's start with when we split into the hospital team and motel team because of the despair disease. The hospital team consisted of Nagito, Ibuki, and Akane, who were infected, and Mikan, Fuyuhiko, and me.
The other 5 on the motel team were myself, Gundam, Kazuichi, Chiaki, and Hyoko.
Spending the night at the hospital was prohibited, so Hajime and I had to sleep at our cottages.
I woke up at my cottage on the day the incident happened. Mikan came by to wake me up and told me that Nagito had recovered from his symptoms. We immediately headed over to the hospital, and after we confirmed his recovery, I made Mikan rest in the on-call room since she hadn't slept all night, while I waited in the hospital lobby. And then, I saw the incoming signal light on the surveillance camera blinking before our scheduled time. When I pressed the button to turn on the monitor, what appeared on screen was
Video.
a video of someone wearing a hospital gown and a hemp bag on their head, climbing a stepladder.
Amazing! That's such a heart-pounding story! And then what did you do, Hajime?
I tried to stop them, of course. I rushed out of the hospital and ran to where the video was being recorded, the music venue. But it was too late.
He was already dead.
By the time I arrived, the person wearing the hemp bag on their head was already hanging from the ceiling. I thought I should tell the others right away, so I headed to the motel.
Why the motel?
Because it was close to the music venue, and unlike the hospital, there were more able-bodied people there. At least, that's what I thought. But the only person who came with me was Chiaki.
But I remember feeling a little relieved because not long after, we met up with Mikan and Fuyuhiko.
We were also looking for Ibuki since she disappeared from our site.
After I rested for a bit, I started counting everyone at the hospital. And then I noticed Ibuki was gone, so I sprinted out of the hospital. Coincidentally, I ran into Fuyuhiko, so I pled with him in various ways to see if he could help me out.
What did you do? I don't know if I want to know what you did.
I think I remember. They loop back to the various ways she's talking about.
Various ways?
Thank you, Kazuichi.
Don't say it like that and confuse people.
Oh, dude. He's probably mad it wasn't Peko.
After I heard from those two that Ibuki disappeared, I had a feeling she was the person wearing the hemp bag. So I immediately led them to the music venue.
But the door wouldn't open. Since we had no other option, the four of us broke down the door. And when that happened, we didn't just find Ibuki's body. We also found Hyoko's. And not just that. Her body was taped to a pillar.
That's when we heard the body discovery announcement. Not once, but twice in a row.
And so we decided to lower the hanged body, didn't we?
When we removed the hemp bag, just as we feared, it was Ibuki.
It's weird hearing Mikon talk without Hiyoko immediately butting in.
Yeah, it sort of is.
Yeah.
So that's how the case played out. Thank you. I understood it very easily.
Well, it's clear what the problem with this case is. When Hajime left the music venue, who...
Wait, how do I know anything Hajime just said is
Oh,
true?
you jerk. Huh?
Sorry, I'm only being impartial right now. And the story I just heard is clearly suspicious. Hajime, if you're the only one who saw the hanging video, and the first one to discover Ibuki's body, then you could be lying as much as you want right now, right?
Yes, he could.
I like how you see just Usami's feet dangling in
Oh, yeah.
the corner.
Oh, yeah.
Lie? Why would I lie?
Obviously. So you could make us ignore what might be an inconvenient truth for you.
Do you doubt me?
If you're not lying, I would like you to prove it. Come on, try to prove it to me. Prove you're not the killer.
Just like Kazuichi said, Nagito's the kind of guy who'll confuse us and make matters worse. Damn it, I shouldn't have explained it to Nagito. I'm in trouble now thanks to that. He didn't do much in 2, so they're making up for it. Alright, hotel key, script taker, surveillance monitor, motivation ticket, or movies invitation ticket, excuse me.
Hajime's testimony is clearly suspicious.
Hajime's testimony is a lie. Then the fact that Ibuki hung herself.
That would also be a lie.
I don't think I can deny that possibility. After all, Hajime's the only witness.
Why would Hajime lie?
Well, obviously because he's the killer.
Did Hajime kill both of them?
The fact that the bodies were imitating the movie means it probably is Hajime's fault.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Oh yeah, I know what it is.
Yeah.
When the killer had to break through, yeah.
Hajime's testimony is clearly suspicious.
If Hajime's testimony is
Wait,
a
he
lie,
should you should know that if that's what he
then
said.
the
It
fact
wasn't
that
us.
Ibuki hung herself.
That would also...
Because he was there.
I think he's.
After all,
Why would Hajime...
I think he's
obviously,
doing that on
did Hajime-
purpose.
The
Yeah,
fact
'cause
that
he
the
would
bodies
know.
were imitating the movie means it probably is
Oh, no,
Hajime's
no, no,
fault.
no, no.
What?
The noise got in the way.
Hajime's testimony...
If Hajime's testimony, then the fact that Ibuki hung herself.
That would also be a lie.
I don't think I can. After all,
Why would Hajime...
Well, obviously because he's the killer.
Did Hajime kill both of them?
The fact that the bodies were imitating the movie.
There you go. Okay, you got it.
No, that's wrong.
Got it. The fact he said, like, for us to actually keep the ticket, I mean, that kind of pisses me off.
I'm not the killer! I mean, there's no way I'd be able to imitate that movie.
Of course you're not. I already knew
Yeah, I
that.
knew that.
Yeah.
You jerk.
He had already pieced that together, but I think what he was trying to do there was prove from the beginning that Hajime isn't the killer, so people wouldn't be confused later.
Just wasting their time.
Yeah.
Oh, waste their time later, I should say.
Yeah.
Before the incident, Hajime had never watched that movie. His invitation ticket is proof of that. Each person only received one ticket, and they're marked with a stamp that shows the date and time. Isn't that right, Monokuma?
Yes, no mistakes there.
Which means there's no way Hajime, who never saw the movie, could commit murders that imitated it. Or did anyone tell him what happens in the movie? Of course no one did, right?
Hold on a sec! You're the one who brought this up in the first place!
Nagito, what are you doing?
Well, since we're opening with your witness testimony, I thought we should solidify the foundation.
Yeah.
It also provides a good warm-up.
What warm-up? This isn't a game, you know.
Yeah, it's just warming me up.
Don't get mad. I just think warming up is really important. Especially since this isn't a game.
It's just a game!
It's a
What waste
game!
of time.
I can't wait till we get to that.
Well, I knew it would turn out like this anyway.
I can't wait till we get to that, everybody. We will get to that.
Now then, since we know Hajime's testimony is reliable, let us move on to the arguments.
So this means Ibuki definitely climbed the stepladder all by herself, right?
Yeah, I'm positive.
Then that seals it! Ibuki committed suicide!
If Ibuki committed suicide, then who killed Hiyoko?
A murder coincidentally occurring in the same place as a suicide. Ain't possible, huh?
Like I said before, it's pretty clear what the problem with this case is. The killer murdered Hiyoko while Hajime was gone. So all we gotta do is establish who could have possibly done that.
Then let's ask Hajime. How long would you say you were away from the music venue?
I couldn't have been gone for more than 10 minutes.
So they killed Hiyoko and taped her up within 10 minutes? There's no way that's possible.
That's why the killer stalled for time by making the music venue a closed room.
What do you mean, a closed room?
The killer blocked the venue door from the inside to try and keep us from entering right away.
However, that door is the only entrance to the music venue, right? If they blocked the door from the inside, the killer would not have been able to leave either.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Which means, when we broke down the venue door, the killer was still inside.
They were?
If that's the case, the only suspicious people are those who don't have an alibi for that time. And that's you two! Sonia and Kazuichi!
Me too?
What the hell? Why's it gotta be us?
The others all have alibis. Chiaki, Mikan, Hajime, and I all broke down the venue door together. Gundam met up with Hajime at the motel right before that. And if Akane and Nagito were laid up in the hospital, the only person that leaves is one of you.
There's another person who doesn't have an alibi. You know, Nekomaru. Me too!
Hey, why are you talking like, huh? You're kidding, right? You're not up to something weird, are you?
What? Monokuma do something weird?
Oh, perish the thought.
He's never done something like that.
Please stop making bad jokes.
Anyway, if the killer was hiding inside the venue, we should obviously doubt the people who don't have alibis.
What a wicked way of backing us into a wall! Is this his professional skill?
I mean, I imagine that Yakuza are pretty good at, what's the word, interrogation.
Yeah.
The killer was inside the music venue. Fuyuhiko obviously thinks so, but... Is that really it? Alright. Figure it out. Hotel key, scrap of paper, stepladder, the glob, and the monitor video.
The killer was still inside the music venue. By locking the door from the inside, they tried to keep us from getting in.
It seems they were trying to stall for time.
How did they lock the door? That door should not have had a lock.
The lock was on the floor in front of the door.
Are you talking about the broken drumstick?
You can use that as a bolt to lock the door. By doing that, the killer who was hiding inside waited till we gathered together and suddenly appeared.
So they looked like they had just rushed over.
I have seen this in serial crime dramas.
Of course you have, Sonia.
Yeah.
That person's remark contradicts the truth. I should be able to prove that with my evidence. Okay.
The killer was still inside the music venue. By locking the door from the inside, they tried to keep us from getting in.
It seems they were trying to stall for time.
How did they lock the door?
Oh, I got it.
That door should not have.
The lock was on the floor.
Are you talking about the broke?
You can use that as a. By doing that, the killer waited till we get. And suddenly.
So they looked like they.
I have seen this in serial crime dramas.
The killer was still inside the music venue. By locking the door from the inside. No, that's wrong.
Yeah, that's the one thing I didn't remember.
The fact that there was the blue stuff.
Hold on a sec.
Well,
There's also a possibility
how?
that the door was locked from the outside.
So how should I say this? Trying to remember how the door was locked.
Okay.
I couldn't quite remember until right now.
Okay.
From the outside? How?
There was a semi-transparent glob stuck to the venue door. Maybe that's what they used.
Semi-transparent glob. Like rubber, maybe?
It wasn't rubber at all. It was transparent cloth, probably
I see!
That semi-transparent glob must have been glue.
Glue?
Yeah, I think so too. It had a firm, gel-like chewiness, and I could smell workshop chemicals the moment I put it in my mouth.
Still can't believe it.
Based on all that, I'm certain it was glue.
I didn't know glue was edible.
It's not, you idiot.
She would try to eat it.
I believe it is not something one typically eats.
Even Sonia knows that.
Well, I would hope Sonia knows that.
Yeah.
That glue was only applied to the areas where both doors touched. By pouring it in the gaps of the closed door, they must have sealed the venue door from the outside.
And thanks to that, a glob of glue was left where the door was stuck. Yep, it fits perfectly.
But if you just stick them together with glue, you'd be able to break down the door easily, you know?
That doesn't really matter. The killer only did that to make us think the door was locked from the inside.
What'd you say?
First of all, didn't that drumstick we found seem really obvious? Almost unnaturally so? It was so obvious that it makes more sense to think the killer placed it as a diversion.
Are you saying the drumstick was a trap the killer set on purpose? Then I totally fell for that fucking trap.
Apologize to Miss Sonia and me. However, you're not allowed to slice open your stomach this time.
Oh, he did do
In a
that.
quarrel, both sides are to blame. That's why it's better to just have no sides at all.
What?
I don't think that that's quite right.
So, during the 10 minutes Hajime left the venue, the killer murdered Hiyoko and created a closed space?
And they also taped her up after killing her, right?
Even quick work has limits.
Oh, what unimaginable speed for a slowpoke like me.
If they couldn't have done it while Hajime was away from the venue, they must have done it earlier than that.
Okay. Earlier. Well, I mean, that makes sense. I mean, if something's impossible to be done so quickly, then the only other time it could have been done is before.
But when Hajime got to the venue, only Ibuki's body was there, right?
And when you went back with everyone else, Hiyoko's body was there too, right? But it's possible that the body was just revealed at that time, when Hiyoko was actually killed earlier.
Just revealed?
Of course, the body wasn't revealed on its own. The killer did that too. Here, I have proof.
That scrap of paper. Is that what we found in the baton lighting at the music venue?
That's right, but just what is this scrap anyway?
Crap, stuck on the baton lighting in the music venue. Now I should be able to figure out what it was, or what it is. Oh, you're doing the hangman, I guess? But fortunately, you know what this is. Yeah, I know exactly what it is.
I think I do. Yeah.
Ah. Nice to see. Nice to see you actually being able to get the hangman.
I was like, I need that E for later, but I thought.
That's the best you've ever done with the hangman.
Yeah. It's extremely. If you know what the word is right away, it's extremely easy on the PC because you can just click really fast.
Yeah.
Part of the wallpaper in the storage room?
So that's probably why I was struggling so much with it in the later ones because I couldn't just move the mouse like instantly. I had to move it on a control
the
stick. The
cursor's kind of slow on the control stick. Like you can't just like whip the cursor to wherever you need it really fast.
Like it moves more methodically. Not that it's super slow, but it's definitely not as fast. Yeah. And it probably didn't help.
It's harder to line up too.
Yeah.
Like even if you like shoot it over somewhere, it's hard to like stop our cursor really quickly with a control stick.
It also didn't help that I rarely used the time stop ability.
Yeah, I don't know why you never did that.
I started using it in Chapter 5.
Yeah.
Because I definitely needed it.
In the music venue storage room, there should have been black wallpaper that's the same color as that scrap. There was also a tear along the edge of the wallpaper, wasn't there? If so...
You're right. If you overlay the scrap that was caught on the lighting with the tear in the wallpaper... See? It fits perfectly.
I see. So the scrap that was caught on the baton lighting was originally part of the wallpaper.
Nice. I don't know if this was intentional. That's a nice little callback to the first game. If you remember the whole thing with Hifumi's note, how the scrap was left in Taka's hand.
Yeah. Hold up, I got it all. Just 1 second.
Okay, hold on, buddy. How's everybody doing tonight? I hope you're doing well. Just a friendly reminder, I have played this game. This is my third playthrough of the game. This is ACP's second. We have not played the game in about a year. So, yeah, I just thought I'd, remind everybody of that.
Alright, I'm back.
Yeah, but as I was saying, though, I think that's... I don't know if you noticed, but I don't know if this was intentional, but that's a nice little callback to the first game with Case 3, with like, Hifumi's note, when he tried to take the note from Taka's body when he left the scrap in his hand. Mm-hmm. Nice little callback. I don't know if that was intentional, but I just thought of that just now.
And what's wrong with that? Does it have something to do with Hiyoko's body disappearing?
A mere nobody like me isn't important enough to answer that.
Of course you aren't.
But if you guys were exceptional enough to identify that scrap of paper, you can figure this out easily.
The scrap of paper stuck to the baton lighting was a part of that wallpaper I found in the storage room. Is it connected to the sudden appearance of Hiyoko's body? If I trace it back from there, the answer should become clear. Alright, let's give it a try. Are you doing the going into the mind here?
I think so.
You are.
I think I...
Oh, okay. Alright, first question. Why did Hiyoko's body suddenly appear at the crime scene? It was hidden. Okay, nice. Booster.
Boosting.
Use the boost to chase, or however that goes. Or blast your way through with the boost, however that Star Fox quote goes.
This ramp can be used as a ramp.
Yeah. Question 2. What did the killer use to hide the body? Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa! That was so quick. I thought you died there.
Yeah, like, I didn't think it would pop up so fast.
Yeah, I didn't either. Watch out.
Fortunately, I'm good at logic diving.
Yeah. Wait till you get to the ones in 5 and 6. So those can get kind of tricky.
Yeah.
I failed those quite a bit. Okay, well, how did the killer hide Hiyoko's body with the wallpaper? I mean, technically both would be applicable, an applicable definition.
Yeah.
You could say they covered the pillar. That could technically qualify as a wall.
Yeah.
Oh well.
It's all coming together.
Skadoosh.
I got it. Hyoko's body was hidden before we found it.
But it would have taken quite a long time to tape up a hidden body.
No, the body was already taped up and the killer hid it, along with the pillar using the wallpaper.
What? They hid the pillar?
Yeah, by wrapping the wallpaper around the pillar, the killer was able to create a slightly larger pillar. So when I first discovered Ibuki's body, Hyoko's body was already there.
I guess that does look a little bigger now that I'm looking at it. And that could just be part of like the rule of thirds with like how close something is to the front of the screen in relation to something else.
Yeah. The only thing is, in this particular photo, the scrap of wallpaper is already on the baton lighting, and I don't think it should be there.
Oh, I see what you're talking about.
Right? Shouldn't the wallpaper should be attached directly to the baton lighting in this scene.
Yeah, I think that's just a mistake. I don't think that was intentional.
Yeah. It's just hard to see on a small blurry scene like this, but yeah, it's not accurate to what it should have looked like, I don't think.
Yeah.
However, because it was concealed within a slightly larger
okay, I
pillar,
see what they did, yeah.
I didn't realize that at the time.
It was slightly bigger.
Yeah. I think I would want to go back and look at the time we actually found the body and see if it's there then.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of curious now, but I see exactly what you're talking about. I guess that was slightly bigger. Trying to. Yeah, I guess it would have been.
Well, that's understandable. I mean, it makes sense that you'd notice Ibuki's body right away.
So they used the baton lighting on the ceiling to hang the wallpaper?
Yeah, exactly. In the picture, the whole pillar is bigger, but it should have been attached to the baton lighting, not the ceiling.
Yeah.
Yeah,
the baton lighting forms a perfect circle around the pillar, so using it to hang the wallpaper totally fits.
Yeah. Interesting.
Then, the reason the wallpaper was covered in so many stickers was to make it look like that pillar.
That's how they hid Hyoko's body, and then peeled off the wallpaper as soon as I left the music venue.
But the killer made a mistake. They accidentally ripped off a piece of the wallpaper. And because of that, a scrap was left on the baton lighting.
The killer must have been in a hurry. Their plan took too long. Hajime could have walked in on them.
But going to the trouble of hiding the body and the pillar is very bold and risky.
But the crime itself would be much easier to pull off since they don't have much to do while Hajime's gone. They just have to peel off that wallpaper and stash it in the storage room. It's not that big of a deal.
Then, when was Hiyoko actually killed?
Good point. And on that note, it's about time we shed some light on those imitation murders.
You mentioned imitation murder more than once. But what is that?
Are you kidding me? You haven't seen my masterpiece? The Wizard of Monami 2.5D?
Hey, don't put my likeness in your movies without my permission.
You're pretty noisy for someone who eats mothballs.
Is someone who eats mouth balls usually pretty quiet?
Okay, looking at this video
I
here.
don't eat mothballs. I just enjoy looking at them.
Okay, looking at this video here of the body discovery announcement for when they find Ibuki, it looks like it should. There's no scrap on the thing. Now looking as it zooms out, yeah, it's just that picture. Looking at this frame right here from the exact shot that they showed in that picture of the music venue, it looks like it should. There's no scrap of paper on the lighting. So
Okay.
I think that's just a slight goof by the art team.
Yeah.
That one.
So
Yeah, thank
in
you.
the original reveal, there's no paper, but just in this alternative view, they put the paper up there too early.
Yeah, and looking at the yeah, and after they find the body the second time, the paper is up there. So they showed so they just left that on there by mistake, I guess.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, it happens
Yeah.
when you're making a game like this.
It's
Bound to
it's a
be
long game. There's gonna be some.
small inconsistencies.
Thank you once again, Nintendo Capri Sun. That's the one. That's just the guy. That's just one person who's played the game that has like
knew it.
long videos of it.
There are so many similarities. It must have been intentional.
And when did everyone else
Ibuki's
watch
death
this
by
stuff?
hanging matches the Scarecrow's death from the movie. Not just that, but Hiyoko getting taped up after her death matches the lion's death.
It's as if both crimes were replicas of scenes from the movie, although the mutilated Tin Man was omitted.
But why did the killer go to all this trouble in the first place?
Based on what we know, the reason the killer chose these imitations isn't that difficult to figure out.
The reason the killer imitated the two victims that in the movie should be able to explain.
I see!
The reason the killer imitated two of the murders from the movie was so he'd mix up the killing order.
Then, Hiyoko was actually killed before Ibuki?
A valid line of reasoning.
Yeah, it's valid. The condition of Ibuki's body suggests that as well.
What do you mean? If you're going to cry and beg like that, then I guess I'll hear about the condition of Ibuki's body.
I'm not even crying.
I love the things he
I'll
said.
let you sob as much as you want later. Just hurry up and tell me before I change my mind.
I love the things
What
he
a
said.
jerk!
What a jerk!
What a jerk!
Oh, I see. You want me to explain it to you, right? Because you don't understand what I'm saying, right?
Oh, she just pegged him. She has him narrowed down.
Yeah.
An even bigger jerk? Impossible!
Oh, Gundam. I love you, man.
Ibuki died because she hanged herself, right? That means when she was still alive, her feet were touching the floor.
As one's feet usually do.
What's wrong with that?
But it seems Ibuki was still standing when Hiyoko was killed. That would mean Hiyoko was killed before Ibuki.
How light. Your words are so light as the sylph's feather. Your opponent is out of your league. It is too absurd to try to perplex me so inadequately.
Man, he's being annoying again.
First and foremost, you claim Ibuki's feet were touching the floor when Hiyoko was killed. How can a low-class creature with no psychic abilities like you know something like that?
Because she was doing something that's only possible if her feet were on the floor.
It seems you suffer from a pathetic delusion.
You're one to talk.
Anyway, if this continues, we're just gonna talk in circles. I think it's best if we clarify Ibuki's status when Hiyoko is killed. Alright.
Okay.
Blood on the soul, motel key, scrap of paper, stepladder candle.
When Hiyoko died, Ibuki's feet were on the floor.
I am telling you to present your evidence.
Did you see her walking?
If her feet were on the floor, was there any sign she stepped on something?
Were there even any footprints at the crime scene?
Maybe her feet were on the floor. But she was like sitting or something. So instead, there'd be a mark on her ass.
Weak, 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 I say! It doesn't even pierce my heart!
Jackie said Ibuki was standing when Hiyoko was killed, but is that really true?
When Hiyoko died,
I think this might be one of those, like,
Ibuki's
ones...
feet were on the floor.
Oh,
I am telling you to present your evidence!
the absorb ones?
Did you see her walking?
If her feet were on the floor, was there any sign she stepped on something?
Were there even any
Okay,
footprints at
I
the
think I
crime
got it.
Maybe her feet were, but she was like sitting. So instead, there'd be...
Weak, weak. It doesn't even pierce my heart!
Actually, I know what it is. I actually know what it is.
When Hiyoko died, Ibuki's feet were on the floor.
I am telling you to present your evidence!
Did you see her walking?
If her feet were on the floor, was there any sign she stepped on something?
Come on.
Oh.
No?
You're actually not right, though. By the way. You don't actually have to absorb anything. I
When
remember what it is
Hiyoko
now.
died, Ibuki's feet were on the floor.
I am telling you to present your evidence!
Did you see her walking?
If her feet were on the floor, was there any sign she stepped on something?
You can't
Were
make
there
your
even any
mind.
footprints at the crime scene?
Maybe her feet were on the floor.
I'm just gonna have to start hitting random
But she
stuff.
was like
I don't
sitting
know.
or something. So instead, there'd be a mark on her ass.
What does the blue ones mean again?
You agree with what they say.
Oh.
It doesn't even pierce my heart!
When Hiyoko died, Ibuki's feet...
I am telling you to present...
Did you see her walking?
If her feet were on the floor, was there any sign she stepped on?
Oh.
I agree
Yeah,
with that.
that's right.
I thought the blue things were something else.
No, the blue just means you agree with what
I
they say.
agree. Yeah.
Just as Sonia said, Ibuki
Oh,
stepped on something.
overcomplicating it.
That's all good, man.
For some reason, I thought the blue ones were ones you could only suck up and couldn't hit. I don't know why I had that in my head.
No.
Forgot you could consider the stuff in there.
Yeah. That's a thing in this game. Whoops.
Yeah.
Oh, my mic.
That something was blood. There were faint blood stains on the soles of her slippers.
That is not Ibuki's blood, right? She suffered no external injuries.
Then it's Hiyoko's blood.
Hiyoko's only wound was a fatal slice on her neck. And she died almost instantly, right?
If Ibuki stepped on her blood,
It means Ibuki was still standing when Hiyoko was mortally wounded. Which means Ibuki was still alive at the exact moment Hiyoko was killed.
Don't underestimate the power of the evil eye!
Thank you, Gundam.
Is that it? A shepherd dressed in his Sunday's finest still reeks of lamb, Hajime Hinata.
Okay.
Does that mean you have a rebuttal?
Does that mean you have a rebuttal? That's a good line.
Is it? Such a normal line.
But are you sure you're sure? If I show you how serious I am, this world might be destroyed, you know. You're so frightened you can't even make a sound. It seems you've realized our difference in status. However, the time for conviction starts now. You better entertain me to the fullest.
Sitting on my leg. I gotta stop sitting on my leg. My leg is asleep.
Okay.
Alright.
You're saying the blood on Ibuki's feet belonged to... Ha! Impossible! Try to remember the crime scene. There was no... You can't step on blood that was never there. Just about 1 minute. Did you see a nice nightmare?
Like I've already seen an opening
You're
to
saying the
counters. It's a
blood on
trap.
Ibuki's feet belonged to Hiyoko? Ha! Impossible! Try to remember the crime scene. There was no blood on the floor.
I think this is like one of the only times where you don't actually have to advance at all.
Yeah.
That's not it. The reason there was no blood on the floor is because the killer wiped it away afterward.
Don't say such foolish things. You don't have proof of that at all.
Yes, I do. If you look closely, there's a streak on the floor where blood was wiped away.
When the killer tried to hide Hyoko's body, they probably cleaned the blood at the same time, but Ibuki must have already stepped in it, and the killer probably didn't even realize it.
The reason they wiped off the blood on the floor was so we'd mix up the order of the murders, right? Even if they're able to hide Hyoko's body, it'd be bad if her blood was left out in the open.
Plus, Ibuki's body was left out in the open, and it wasn't bleeding from any open wounds at all.
Hyoko's body was probably wrapped in duct tape to stop her bleeding.
Actually, the bleeding will stop once the heart stops beating, so I don't think they had to go that far.
Aside from Mikon, none of us were aware of that fact, so the killer probably did not know it either.
Maybe the heater was running inside the music venue so it would screw with Mikon's autopsy?
That's right! I didn't know the time of death because of the heater!
The time of death wasn't mentioned in the Monokuma file just to keep concrete evidence from us.
Yep. Since we have all this evidence, there's no one else who wants to object, right? Then it's decided. Hyoko was killed before Ibuki.
It appears that it is wiser to retreat for now. Fine then, but regardless of good or evil, there's no deceit in upholding one's convictions.
Can't you just shut up and back off?
Now then, let us resume our debate.
Wait a sec. There's something I want to run by Monokuma first.
Huh? Again? Didn't something like this happen last time too?
Hey, if the victim actually committed suicide, what are we supposed to do?
Huh, suicide.
The same as always. You have to vote for who the killer is. Think about it. A suicide means you've killed the most important existence of all, yourself. Unfortunately, that means there's no Blacken to punish, but I guess in a pinch, I can always punish Monami.
Of course.
Why me?
Nagito? What do you mean? If the victim actually committed suicide?
Well, I mean, I understand Hyoko's death, but I'm wondering if Ibuki was really murdered.
True, it could have been... Well, no, that wouldn't have worked.
No, because Monokuma said there was only one Blacken.
I was gonna say, Ibuki could have murdered Hyoko and then hung herself, but that wouldn't work because then no one would have locked the door or revealed Hyoko later.
Well, yeah, you're right, because Ibuki was already hung when we first got there. Yeah.
So, yeah, that wouldn't work. But theoretically, that could have happened if she was the killer.
Yeah, if there wasn't well, I mean, the only way that could have worked, if there was like an accomplice of sorts that knew what Ibuki had done, and they revealed it for her for some reason.
Yeah.
I don't know why anybody would do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I see your line of thought.
Right. She... Yeah, they wouldn't have been able to do anything, but, like, Hyoko would have been there and Ibuki would have been there.
Yeah.
So they could have done some kind of plot to, like, throw everyone off, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's thinking that there is a murderer still among them, but the murderer is already dead.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess you're right. Sort of similar to what Kokichi and Kaito did, sort of like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. That would have been really interesting.
Yeah.
It's like...
Or like, yeah. It's kind of what happened with, like, Sakura's
death,
right? Everyone thought everyone else was the murderer, but
the murderer
there
was already dead.
Yeah.
That would have been really interesting though, like to take the double murder case and actually have it where like the two victims like took out each other in a way.
Yeah.
So even when there's two people that's dead, there's no killer.
Yeah.
That's still alive. That would have been really interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, probably more interesting than what actually happens in this chapter. But...
Yeah, we'll get to that, everybody. We will get to our thoughts on this at the end.
Yeah.
We will get to that.
For example, it's possible Ibuki killed Hiyoko and then committed suicide due to a guilty conscience, right?
This is sort of what you were talking about.
That's
here.
totally impossible. Then she never would have killed her to begin with.
She was afflicted by the despair disease, remember? That means anything can happen.
But if Ibuki's the killer, she wouldn't have been able to falsify the sequence of the murders, right? After Hajime saw the hanged body, the sudden appearance of Hiyoko's body soon after means the killer had to be alive at that time.
Then she was alive! When Hajime first discovered Ibuki, she was just pretending to be dead.
Not possible.
If she waited until Hajime left, that's when she could have made her move and mess with the crime scene.
Well, if she wasn't actually dead, that means she wasn't really hanging from the rope.
How would that be possible? I mean,
I don't know if you've ever seen those Sherlock Holmes movies with Robert Downey Jr. There is a way to tie a fake noose that looks like you're hanging but doesn't crush your windpipe. She could have done something like that, hung there, wait for someone to see her, then quickly drop down, reveal Hiyoko, set the ladder back up, and then actually hang herself.
I may could believe that was possible if Ibuki was smarter.
Yeah.
I
mean, theoretically possible. Well, thinking about it like that, it is actually theoretically possible that she could have been the killer if she knew how to plan all of that.
I just don't think that she had the... And plus she was inflicted with that gullible disease. There's no way she would have done that.
Yeah. No, yeah.
The only way that she would have done that... The only way she would have done that is if someone told her how to do it. Because then, you know, with the disease she had, she would have totally, you know, done whatever anyone said. If someone told her exactly how to do it.
Yeah.
But at that point, what would have been the point then? I mean, if for someone to tell her to do that.
Yeah.
I mean, you take out Ibuki, but if she kills herself and Hiyoko, then what benefit do you get out of it?
If it depends on if you would count as Ibuki as the killer in that case, or the person who told Ibuki to kill.
That's really tricky, I think.
Right.
Like,
yeah.
It's sort of along the lines of, yeah, Ibuki would have committed the murder, and I still think that's under under the belief that it would have still been judged as it was Ibuki.
Mm-hmm.
Because, you know, Ibuki still... I mean, Monokuma even admitted in the second trial with the whole thing when Peko sort of was going along that line, that he wasn't going to buy it. That, you know, murder is murder. Doesn't matter how you view yourself.
Yeah.
So I think that would have still counted as Ibuki was the killer of Hiyoko and then killed herself.
Yeah.
So even if someone told her to do that, what benefit would you get out of that happening? I mean, just both them dead? I mean, like, you don't even get a chance of surviving, like, and leaving the island if that happens. I mean, so why would somebody do that?
Yeah, if it did count as them doing it as, like, the mastermind...
Yeah, then
if they did choose Ibuki, that means they would go free.
Yeah, in that case.
Yeah.
Because I don't think Monokuma would go along with that.
Yeah.
That would be really interesting if that was the case.
Later, we'll have to discuss what would happen if one of the Blackened succeeded in one of these trials.
Yeah. I think
How would that affect the rest of the world?
Yeah. We talked about in the first game.
You know what I mean?
when we talked about what happens in the first game, like everyone knows what happens in the first game. Like, you know what happens if you win the trial and you escape. You go out, the world's destroyed. So, and say like someone like, say, Celeste, say, for example, you know, won the trial. You know, she wins the money, but what use is money in that world then? Like everyone else gets killed, you walk out with the money, but the world's destroyed. Like, like, I mean...
Well, not completely.
Well...
Yes, well, at that point it is, pretty much, because, you don't even have, stuff like the Mirai Foundation,
yeah,
Future Foundation.
Yeah, I think it's implied that... I think it is implied... I mean, we played Despair Girls, we can say this. I think it is implied that Future Foundation came and picked up Makoto and the others fairly quickly.
Yeah.
After they escaped, but the influence of the Foundation had not spread very much yet.
Yeah.
By that point, I think that's what's implied. But at that point, if say, I mean, at that point, if we're saying one of the Blackened, you know, survives, that would either mean it would be Leon, Mondo, Celeste, and that's it. Because Sakura, who was the fourth Blackened, was dead. The fifth case didn't have a Blackened that was right. So only one of those three would have lived if everything went canonically as it did. And if either Leon, Celeste, or Mondo lived, I don't think any of the events that followed would be the same at all.
No. Because
Makoto is sort of the centerpiece of pretty much everything that happens afterwards. And if he's dead, then... I mean, I can't say that because it spoils this game.
Yeah.
But let's just say that if Makoto was dead, the events of this game would maybe not even be happening.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
And then we'll get to it later once we learn more about
this game.
Why they're on the island. But yeah, a Blackened emergent by themselves would be very interesting.
And then the third game, I mean, that one's so different because it's like, I don't think that would be possible for that to happen because of the whole format of that game with it being a show.
Yeah.
And like, if that's true, that's what it is, like everything's been scripted and stuff, up until the very end, then I just don't think that would be possible for that to happen in that game. Like,
yeah, because you're pretty much scripted to succeed.
I have seen some fan work where, you know, that gets exposed really early. And it just kind of, it sort of is being winged the rest of the way in terms of like the context of what the show writers are doing. But, you know, yeah, in that case, that's the game I just don't think that's possible for that to happen.
Yeah.
But these two games, you're definitely right. We will get into that. I like that you brought that up. We will get into that when we find out more about, like you said, why they're on the island. We'll get into that.
Yeah.
She hanged herself. Remember? There's no fucking way she could have faked that.
And if she was going to fake her death, I think she wouldn't have chosen hanging. Her body would have been defenseless in that state. If anyone touched her, that alone would have ruined her plan.
I see. So that means there's no doubt that someone killed those two. I'm glad. Now I'm free to search for the killer.
What the heck?
There's still one more issue on my mind. If Ibuki didn't commit suicide, then just what was that video Hajime saw?
Huh? Oh yeah, if that wasn't Ibuki killing herself, then what was it?
According to that video you saw, Ibuki was by herself when she climbed the stepladder, right? Then does that mean someone forced her to do it?
Forced? Perhaps they used hypnotism or something?
I don't know anything about that.
Don't say it all proud.
Putting that aside, it seems obvious that the killer did something. So, maybe we should figure out who was able to do whatever that was.
Well, I mean, I guess if...
So, an alibi.
Yeah, I guess if Ibuki, as I was mentioning earlier, if she had the gullible disease, then if someone told her to do that, she would have done it. Based
Then
on
our
that
plan is to
context.
destroy the weakest alibi. Since Hajime has seen the video, it is clear what time the crime took place.
But just to be sure, That surveillance camera doesn't have a record function, right?
It's a cheap-ass surveillance camera, you know? There's no way it'd have some kind of sweet recording feature.
Then the video Hajime saw was actually live?
What time did Hajime see that video?
I saw it at the hospital, right before Monokuma's morning announcement. And I saw the body at the music venue a little after Monokuma's announcement.
So Ibuki hanged herself right before Monokuma's announcement. And since we established that Hiyoko was killed before Ibuki, that means the time that the murders occurred was before and during the announcement.
Then we just have to find the person who doesn't have an alibi during that time?
Now then, I shall issue my decree. Let Operation Destroy the Weakest Alibi commence.
Alright.
It's gone all princess mode.
Yep. Watch out, she's serious. We got a bunch of accounts here. The ticket and the video.
We can exclude the sick people like me and Akane, right?
And what about the others?
Right before the morning announcement, I was totally sleeping in my motel room.
I think everyone at the motel was doing that.
So everyone who stayed at the motel doesn't have an alibi.
What about you guys?
I was where I was supposed to be, my own cottage.
That's not an alibi.
Aside from those afflicted by the disease, if nobody has an alibi, then Operation Destroy the Weakest Alibi has failed.
Oh. I think I know what you're supposed to hit.
We can exclude the sick people like me and Akane.
Yeah, I know what it is. Yeah, I know what it is.
And what about the others?
Right before the morning announcement, I was totally sleeping in my motel room.
I think everyone at the motel was doing that.
So everyone who stayed at the motel doesn't have an alibi.
What about you guys?
I was where I was supposed to be, my own cottage.
That's not an alibi.
Aside from those afflicted by the disease, if nobody has an alibi...
There you go.
No,
Nice.
that's wrong.
Nice, dude.
Hold on. Not all of us are missing an alibi. In fact, Mikan and I both have alibis.
You two have alibis?
Up until I saw that hanging video, Mikan and I were actually together for a while.
We even woke up together that morning.
Mikan, you idiot. That did happen. Oh, that did happen. That did happen.
Hey, what kind of situation is that?
Kazuichi.
I accidentally fell asleep on top of Hajime.
Don't say that so gleefully, man.
Yeah. I think she didn't accidentally do it at all.
Yeah, like I think I even said that last time. Like I was like, how do you accidentally get in bed and fall asleep with someone? Like, how do you do that? That's not possible.
Like, I mean, you yourself know what it's like to accidentally fall asleep somewhere.
Yes, I do, but it's not like I'm gonna. Yeah.
You haven't accidentally like crawled in someone's bed to do it.
No, I haven't. No.
You just like fall asleep on like a couch or the floor. Or something.
Or even my own bed. Like I'm not just gonna accidentally lay down, cuddle up to someone, and fall asleep. I'm not gonna accidentally do that.
Yeah.
Like I mean, yeah. There's no way that was not on purpose.
Too much info.
Thank you, Chiaki. She doesn't like
It's
that.
not like that. She just came to tell me Nagato's condition had improved.
And we went to the hospital together afterward. So we were together until right before the announcement.
I get it. You guys have alibis.
If that's the case, the killer must be someone else.
It's better if we think about it like that. The killer decided to falsify the murder sequence to hide the actual time of the crime anyway.
So it's inevitable that an alibi for both before and during the morning announcement would be very important.
It feels like Operation Destroy the Weakest Alibi has backed us into a corner instead.
But committing an imitation murder, is that really all it was?
Huh?
Faking the time the crime occurred by falsifying the murder sequence, hiding their alibi in the process? Was that the only reason the killer made both bodies imitate the movie?
Are you saying there was another reason?
I feel really bad for confusing you guys so much, but that's how I feel. I think the killer had a completely different reason for falsifying the murder sequence.
Killer had a different reason. If that's the case, are we still in the killer's trap? Inside a trap set by one of us. If so, then whose? What kind of trap is it? That was a really short. That was a really short first half.
Yeah.
By comparison.
Hiya!
I gotta warm up. I haven't talked at all. Barely this stream.
Yeah.
Warm up my voice here. Water. Alright. Why, hello there, Monami. The moss balls sure look tasty today.
Stop it!
Stop it! Don't characterize me as someone who lives off moss balls. And here's some chance time.
This ain't Mario Party.
Wow, what? What's that? Now then, Monami's appeal time starts now. Huh? Appeal time? Your kind-hearted big brother is gonna give you the chance to reclaim your honor. Good luck! Show those jerks who treat you like a red-headed stepchild who's boss! That's you.
Why does she have to be redheaded?
That's 99% your fault. While you were whining, your time's already running out, so please make your appeal simple. About 30,000 words or so. That's too long. It'll just be a boring appeal. Come on. If your appeal is successful, there might be merchandise opportunities heading your way. Then I'm Usami, magical miracle girl Usami. I'm an itty bitty girl who sweet like milk. Jeez, and I thought a certain robot's little sister was supposed to be the best. Certain robot's little sister. I don't know.
Mega Man?
He doesn't have a little sister, does he?
I don't think so.
Did lore?
I don't know.
I have no idea what that's supposed to be a reference to.
I don't know, man.
What a disappointment!
What? Who are you talking about? I have no clue whatsoever.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Yeah, I don't get that reference. Trial. Resume.
I'm Monami. Once again, I've been put in such an unreasonable situation. Seriously, he's like the king of unreasonableness. Why did it turn out like this? We were supposed to have a fun, friendly school trip, but it turned out all bloody instead. No! This definitely cannot be allowed. That's why I want you to remember this. Everyone, do your very best. Don't lose to yourself. And don't forget to save frequently.
Such a slap in the face for anyone who doesn't save at that scene. The reason the killer did an imitation murder is a reason other than falsifying the murder sequence.
There is a horror game for the GameCube that if you don't save enough, it'll pretend to delete your save file.
Are you serious?
When you go to load up your game, it'll pretend to delete your save file, and after a few minutes, it'll like bring it back.
There's a game.
Just to mess with you.
There's a game like in Earthbound. There's like this piracy check thing where, if you're using a pirated copy, like a few things will happen. Like one, like there'll be an absurd amount of enemies that spawn in at certain points. But also, if you get to the final boss of the game, I think at least I think this is right. If you get to the final boss, the game will eventually crash and delete all the save data.
Yeah. And
I was like, wow, they really wanted to make you feel really bad for using a pirated copy.
Yeah.
I was like, man, that wastes all your effort. Does something like that even exist?
Imagine if you were like a kid and you accidentally bought a pirated copy.
Yeah.
And you get all the way to the end of the game only for it to delete itself and you're just left very confused.
As to why that happened.
Yeah.
I mean, Earthbound's not a super short game.
Yeah.
It suddenly got quiet in here. Did I confuse you? If so, I wish I could die from self-loathing.
I wish you would, Nagito.
Man, this again.
If that's the case, it would have been just dandy if they had gone ahead and killed me too.
Well, they couldn't because they already had the 2 deaths.
If that happened, the imitation would have been perfect. So why didn't they do that?
Well, it's against the rules to kill 3 people in the first place.
No.
That rule is too harsh. I couldn't get killed because of that.
Wow.
Nagito, you're just a piece of work.
Seriously, just shut up already! Shut up forever!
But I'm thinking about it again, and he's totally right. It feels incomplete.
Because they didn't kill 3 people like the movie did? That's only because of Monokuma's rule.
It's not just that. Come on, try to remember the content of the movie. About the lion that got killed second.
That's the one Hyoko's body was imitating, right?
Even though we're calling it an imitation, the lion was actually pinned by arrows, right? But Hyoko's body was suspended by common household duct tape.
Maybe they just used a common substitute because it was too difficult to imitate the arrows.
Well, that's probably it, but that attitude is what makes this feel incomplete. If falsifying the murder sequence was the killer's plan from the very beginning, they should have taken steps to properly imitate it.
I think I get what she's getting at now. I think I understand what she's getting at.
But if we never realized it was a half-assed imitation, their entire plan would have been completely useless.
What are you trying to say? Are you saying the imitation wasn't planned?
I'm saying, Hyoko's murder wasn't.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
What?
Hyoko's murder wasn't planned?
I understand that imitation wasn't enough, but aren't you making a bunch of assumptions?
It's not just the poor imitation. There are also other strange details.
Strange details? Like what?
Like, for example, why did Hyoko go to the music venue?
Well, that's easy. We know that.
Yeah.
Why did Hyoko go to the music venue?
So, you're saying the truth behind Hyoko's murder is hidden?
I have no freaking clue what you're trying to say.
However, this is getting quite interesting. My 4 dark devas of destruction are getting riled up.
Oh, watch out! The hamsters are getting riled. Why Hyoko went to the music venue? If that's the key to all this, I need to find out, no matter the cost. This is pretty easy.
Yep.
Blood in the Souls, Motel Key, Scrap of Paper, Music Venue, Surveillance Camera, AC Temperature. Wizard of Monami.
Why did Hyoko go to the music venue? There's no way we'd know that!
Maybe the killer summoned her.
If that's not it, maybe she got abducted by the killer.
No, maybe. She went of her own free will.
Yeah, especially because you told us that. Well, at least you didn't know that she did actually go, but
Yeah.
you were the one who told her about
It's
it.
just as Sonia said. She went to the music venue of her own free will.
There's a funny
So, exactly as I assumed.
there's a funny
If
line
no one
related
called for
to
her, then why did she go?
related to this, like Sonya doing that. There's a rap battle that Sonya's in where the opponent that she has mentions that she did that, like saying the greatest display of leadership Sonya ever had was leading Kyoko to her own death. And I'm like, that's pretty funny. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh, so that line's pretty good.
Yoko locked herself in her room because she was being overly cautious of the despair disease, you know? I don't think a person like that would leave their room just because someone called for them.
There's no way she got abducted?
Kyoko locked the room she was staying in before she went out.
If she was forcibly taken from her room, there's no way she would have had time to lock it.
The killer could have locked her door, right? Just to hide the fact Hiyoko got abducted.
Then they couldn't have hidden her room key that deep in her kimono. They would have put it somewhere more obvious. Otherwise, there's no point in messing with the crime scene if nobody finds the key. At the time, you were the one who actually took out the key, right? Then something like that.
I won't lose.
Oh, Kane, you idiot.
Are you saying my gut was wrong?
Yeah.
This could be my first and last highlight of the day. Why won't you just let me shine already?
No, that's not the issue.
Shut up! Enough with your fancy talk. I'll shut you up right now.
No, you're not. 'Cause you only think with your stomach. You only think with your stomach, Akane.
Yeah.
All right.
Hiyoko was locked inside her room, right? She definitely got abducted or something. The killer forced their way into Hiyoko's room and forcibly abducted her. The girl is so small and weak-looking. And that's why the killer targeted her.
I can't back down!
Button mash.
But
Advance.
Hiyoko's room was locked. The key was deep inside her kimono, remember? It's more likely that Hiyoko locked the door herself.
The killer was the one who locked the door. So what if the key was in her kimono? Maybe the killer just put it there later.
I can't back down!
Oh, button mash again.
There's no reason for the killer to put the key in Hiyoko's kimono. The killer probably didn't realize she even had the key.
Hold on. Try remembering Hiyoko's body. Her kimono was all messed up.
No.
Not it.
Crap! Hold on! Try remembering her kimono. There's only one reason her kimono would be that messed up. She fought the killer! That's the proof she was abducted, right? My gut is totally right after all!
No, maybe I have to backtrack.
Damn it! The killer was the one who locked the door. So what if the key was in her kimono? Maybe the killer just put it there later.
There's no reason for the killer to put the key in Hiyoko's kimono. The killer probably didn't realize she even had the key.
Hold on! Try remembering Hiyoko's body. Her kimono was all messed. There's only one reason her kimono would be that messed up. She fought the killer!
There you go.
Allow me to cut through those words!
Yeah, you had the right bullet, just not the right one. Stay.
The reason Hiyoko's kimono was messed up was because she wasn't able to properly wear it.
Wear her kimono?
Yeah, it's also the reason why she decided to go out on her own.
Kyoko seemed to be really struggling with wearing her kimono. I believe that was one of the reasons she locked herself in her room. That is why I informed her. I told her that there was a full-length mirror at the music venue, and I suggested that she use it.
Then the reason her kimono was messed up wasn't because she fought the killer.
Yeah, she went to the venue on her own just to fix her messed up kimono.
I get it. I lost. Boil me, burn me, take off my clothes. Do whatever you want to me.
Hajime, now's your chance! Make her admit defeat. Or better yet, make her do a little something something.
Kazuichi.
Hell no. She's not my type.
The killer probably couldn't have assumed that Hiyoko would go to the music venue.
Though that may not apply to Sonia, since she provided Hiyoko with that information.
Though I knew she would go there, there is no way I could have predicted when she would arrive.
Don't go doubting Miss Sonia, you cretin. I'll put you and your hamsters 6 feet under.
Kazuichi, it seems you have quite the fashion sense. Do you want me to incinerate your clothes? Perhaps I could do that while you're wearing them.
Gundam, please stop! For his sake.
Huh? What do you mean, for my sake?
Of course! I've already overlooked no less than 10 opportunities to kill you.
Even if the killer couldn't predict it, why did Hiyoko get killed in the music venue?
The only thing I can think of is, it was an unfortunate coincidence.
Coincidence?
When she went to the venue by herself, she was probably just unlucky and walked in on the crime scene.
She was killed so there wouldn't be any loose ends?
Hopefully he would know about that.
Yeah.
It probably happened when the killer was preparing to kill Ibuki. The killer most likely had already placed the hemp bag over her head, and without hesitation,
killed Hiyoko.
Yep. Yeah. Sorry, Hiyoko.
because the killer used that coincidence for their crime, it made this case even trickier.
That's the reason they imitated the movie to falsify the murder sequence.
Which means that low-down scoundrel didn't plan on committing imitation murders at first.
Then what was the killer actually planning to do? They've been cunning this far. There's no way they'd kill Ibuki without a plan.
Do you have any ideas?
Damn, we don't know the most important part.
Killer's planning from the beginning. I'm pretty sure we're very, very close.
Hey Nagito, any ideas?
Yeah.
Hey, how long are you gonna stay quiet?
Oh, am I allowed to speak?
Yeah.
I'm so happy I'm getting goosebumps. Everyone actually needs help from scum like me.
Okay, maybe you should shut up again.
So what do you think?
I was thinking about it while I had my mouth shut. But now I'm finally able to come to a conclusion. Ibuki definitely didn't commit suicide.
Huh? What are you
But
talking about?
I think we established that we
Yeah.
said that she didn't kill herself. I think we established that earlier.
Yeah.
I thought there might be a possibility that she faked her death and tampered with the crime scene. But now I remember. There was blood on Ibuki's slippers.
What?
So if she faked her death and walked around the music venue tampering with the crime scene, there'd be bloody footprints left in various places throughout the venue. So that's why I think there's no way she faked her death. There's no way Ibuki committed suicide.
You know, we already finished talking about that a while ago.
Thank you, Hiko.
Really? That's annoying. I guess I should just awkwardly laugh about it then.
Awkwardly laugh.
Are you freaking kidding me? There's no limit to how useless you can be.
No, wait a minute. If Ibuki had blood on her feet, there'd be footprints all over the place if she kept walking around.
That's strange. That's very strange.
Strange? What's strange?
I see. It's not something we finished talking about. Those footprints, there's still an important clue left that we completely overlooked. Just as Nagito said, if she had blood on her feet, she would have left footprints. Then why were there any footprints on the... Or why were there footprints on the... something? Or no, why weren't there? That's right. Why weren't there footprints on the something?
Why weren't there any footprints on the...
Yeah, the ladder.
I can prove it with this!
There you go, buddy.
If Ibuki used the stepladder to hang herself, it's strange that there weren't any footprints on it.
Huh? There weren't?
Yeah, that stepladder was completely clean. No footprints or bloodstains at all.
did you notice such a small detail? How amazing! This is truly the talent of a chosen ultimate!
What are you talking about? You were obviously leading us to this. What was that noise?
What was what noise?
I heard like a sound of glass breaking just then.
I don't know. It wasn't. It wasn't in the game or through my mic.
Alright, you were obviously leading us to this. That's why you brought this subject of the suicidal hold.
Hopefully no one broke in your window.
Yeah, give me a second. I'm gonna go check downstairs real quick. I don't, because I swore I heard glass breaking just then. Yeah, I'll be right back. Okay, give me a second. I'll be right back. Yeah, I can't find anything. Maybe that was in my neighbor's apartment.
Yeah, they like dropped a cup or something.
Because I know they're there, because they're only there when the dog is there. And when I went to go check the mail right before the stream, the dog barked at me.
Yeah.
Maybe it was at the neighbor's.
Yeah.
But I'm okay. Nothing's wrong over here. I'm alright.
Yeah.
I'm alright, everybody.
Mr. Sumi in the chat here.
Oh, somebody in the chat?
Mm-hmm.
Nagito Komaeda, you're definitely someone I shouldn't underestimate.
But didn't you say you saw that video of Ibuki climbing the stepladder?
Okay, I'm reading the chat here.
Yeah.
Okay, so this guy apparently has a, beat the game.
Yes, we have seen the bad ending of the first game.
Yeah.
We have played all of the games
Before.
so far. Yeah.
Yeah, but we are doing a special 1-year anniversary playthrough of this game. So, giving some more insight in the game here. I appreciate that you liked this series. Reading this chat.
Then, I think there's no doubt that she really did climb it.
Unless there was something funny about that video.
I see. So there was some kind of trick arranged in that video,
But that's something only Hajime would know, since he's the only one who saw that video.
Oh, just as I thought, it comes down to that.
What if no one was there to see the video?
Then what would have been the point of like broadcasting the video in the first place? Like, they had to have known someone was going to be there to see it.
Yeah. But what if, I don't know, what if Hajime just like not thinking, just walked outside and was like walking around doing whatever, and then there was no one to ever see the video?
Maybe.
I don't know.
The mystery surrounding that incident is contained in that video. And whether or not we can reach the hidden truth is all up to me.
I agree, Sumi. Gundam has some of the best lines in 2 for sure.
Yeah, he does. I'm glad I'm the guy
Hajime,
who...
I leave it in your hands.
I'm glad I'm the guy who gets to voice him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's obvious you played the. Okay, tells you something. So yeah, yeah, I think
As
if
long
you.
as I leave this to you, I won't tell you to do your best, but oh well. You should get started already.
Based on the fact you've seen the bad ending playthrough of the first game, I have to ask Sumia, who are some of your favorite characters in the first game? Because it's obvious you've probably played the game by this point. So who are some of your favorite characters in the first game? I'd like to hear.
Yeah, I'll definitely try.
If there was some hidden clue in that video, I should have seen something strange as I watched it. I'm the only one who can clear that up. I'm the only one who actually saw the video. So I'm the only one who can do it. The hanging video that I saw, based on everything we know from the debates thus far, I should be able to figure out what's strange. Alright. Oh, I know what it is.
Here!
Yeah, there you go.
That's right, I remember now. There was definitely something strange about that video.
Like there is a bunch of strange things about the video.
Yeah. That's right, I remember now.
Oh,
That's right.
yeah.
I remember now, there's definitely something
like
strange in that video.
Kyoko, Byakuya, and Hina.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I really like Hina. I like Hina too.
Yeah.
And
I'd say I really like Byakuya as well.
I do too.
I know Grinch Man doesn't particularly love Kyoko.
I don't
in the
hate
first
her.
game for a few reasons, mainly just because they use her to kind of over-explain the plot.
Yeah, and she's almost
Sometimes.
she's kind of too overpowered. I don't think she's a bad character. I think that needs to be explained. I don't hate her character. I just think, like I said, she's a little too overpowered, and like I said, the other thing is like and this is not a fault of the game. Like this is not a fault of the game. This is a personal thing. I just I don't if it was me, I don't think that I would want to. If I was Makoto, I don't think I'd want to be with someone who essentially sent me to my death just for the sake of solving a mystery. I don't think I could be with someone like that. And that's not a fault of the game, because that's extended stuff. That's not a fault of her in Trigger Happy Havoc. Like that's a personal critique. That's not a thing I think is directly wrong with her character. And it's not like I hate her character or anything. There are definitely worse characters for me in that game than her. But I said I really do like Hina, and I like Byakuya as well, so.
Can you explain it to us?
What's strange is that stepladder I mentioned earlier. It's true that the steps of that stepladder weren't dirty, but on one side, there was a bloodstain, right on the left side of the stepladder.
Nice. He said, yeah, I love Byakuya, or rather loved. Yeah, he's dead in this game.
Yeah.
He died right at the beginning.
And then yeah, Grinch also would agree that he does not like Toko.
Yeah, I do not like Toko in the first game.
Yeah.
Yeah, Toko is probably out of the 16 characters, probably my least favorite. Maybe not. I don't know who my least favorite would be in that game.
Yeah.
I think there's a difference between being my least favorite than being the least interesting.
Yeah.
Because Toko is definitely not the least interesting character. I think that would probably go to someone like maybe Sayaka or Leon. I think would be, in my opinion, least interesting. But I don't know if I would say Toko is my least favorite overall. I don't know. It's close. I'm not sure. I like her in Despair Girls though.
Yeah. Yeah, Despair Girls, she can still be kind of Toko.
Yeah.
I guess. She'd still be Toko, but they definitely flesh out her character a lot more.
I like how the bad ending implied that Byakuya and Toko had a child. I thought it was implied that Hina had a child with all three of them. I thought that's what was implied in the bad ending.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, that'd be funny if no one wanted to be. Well, I could see Toko just not wanting to be with any of them at all.
Even Byakuya, her master.
Oh, Byakuya would have refused.
Oh yeah, definitely. But then maybe that's why she died. She died of like imploding of heartbreak.
Yeah.
That sounds like something she would do.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, like, if we're talking my favorite, you know, least interesting character, yeah, well, I could see that he's kind of down there too.
He's definitely in the bottom 10% of characters in that game.
Yeah, I don't think he's the worst, but I think least interesting might be, you know, I could make an argument for that. I think him and Leon are definitely, I think, the two least interesting characters in that game. But that's just my opinion. Yeah, I love doing this. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. He did have that prediction. Hero's prediction was that he and Makoto would have the same mother. Yeah, just not Byakuya. I guess that could be right. So I mean, yeah, I guess you could be right. So I still can't believe that was right. As funny as that is.
Yeah.
Oh well.
However, that contradicts the video I saw at the hospital. There weren't any bloodstains on the stepladder in the video. It was completely clean.
Right.
That is truly strange. If the video showed the moment of Ibuki's death, then Hiyoko should have already been dead by that point.
Even so, the fact is the stepladder had blood on it at the actual crime scene.
Yeah, tell us another prediction of Heroes that was right.
But the stepladder in the video was completely bloodless.
Well, I guess the fact that he said there wasn't going to be any more murders and the last murder was a suicide. I guess that was right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, I just saw that, thank you. Yeah, I'm glad you're thinking that way, buddy.
And there's no way the video was recorded in advance. If that's the case, the only thing I can think of is...
It's possible those two stepladders were completely different.
Wait, are you saying there were two stepladders?
What we're saying.
But where would you find another stepladder? There was only one stepladder in the music video.
You just had to marry someone with a different ladder, right?
What?
Then you would have a step ladder.
Oh, dude. That took me a minute.
This is a stupid joke.
It was, dude.
Then one of the stepladders was somewhere other than the music venue.
My Sonya joke last stream was better.
Yeah.
I still can't get over that. You did the rim shot right after.
Yeah, I should have had it primed for
that joke.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should have.
I should give myself the.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right about that. That's right about the lack of murder. Sakura killed herself, which wasn't a murder, and Mukuro was already dead. You're right. I'm gonna say Mukuro is a character that I think is, very interesting. You don't see a lot of her in the first game, but I think there's a lot of interest. I think there's a lot of interest about her.
Yeah.
If you read Danganronpa, if you read the Danganronpa IF, you get a lot of interesting stuff about Mukuro.
Yeah. I know it kind of Mukuro had to die because of the way they wrote the first game, but I feel like it could have been more interesting if they kept her alive.
Yeah, especially if they
it's longer.
Yeah, especially if you kind of go by like the kind of indications in her like free time stuff that she was having second thoughts and like she truly at least cared about Makoto, even if she didn't really care about everyone else. And that's really hinted at in her free time event interactions that you have with her. So I felt that would be really interesting. There's a lot of fan work I've seen where they do that, but I think you're right, that would be really interesting. I think she's a character that you don't really get to tap into a lot of the potential around a character like that. Someone who's actually working with the person that set up everything. I think that's really interesting. And I mean, Mukuro, in all honesty, this is a personal thing. This is not something about her in the game, but that's I don't know if you're much of a shipper of characters, Sumi-chan, but that's my ship for Makoto. Him and Mukuro, that's my ship. So I'm not sure if you're someone who ships characters, but that's mine for Makoto.
Yeah.
I think it's cute. I like it. I mean, you got a problem with that, Adam? You got a problem with that, man?
I don't know.
What do you mean?
You're suggesting that the stepladder in the video isn't the only thing that's different. Am I right? That's amazing, Chiaki! All that gaming has given you incredible deduction skills. Is it okay to say that?
What are you two talking about?
Okay. I can accept the bias. The stepladder isn't the only thing that's different, huh? Chiaki said the stepladder was in a different place, but if that's the case, then the thing that's different between the video and the actual scene of the crime is that thing the place where the killer did something? That thing, the place where the killer did something. There we go. Oh no, I respect it. Okay, yeah, you don't ship often. That's fine. I don't do that a lot with animated characters myself, or even real people. I don't do that very much myself. It just came up in a stream earlier.
Think.
What is the question? Oh, the difference. Okay.
Difference between the video and the actual crime scene.
I think I know what it is.
It was the
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's.
I think.
Okay, I know what it is, but it's a really weird way that it's worded.
Yeah, I feel like this one stumped me last time we played this because I think I figured out what it was, but I couldn't figure out what words they use specifically to describe what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 7 letters and 8. It's I'll think about this for a minute.
Always doing that, yeah. But I'm kind of with you on that. Like, did you know that every time you know how to die fast? Drinking a drinking game. Take a shot every time Mukuro Kusaba the 16th student comes up. I don't drink, but still. Well, yeah, you could based on how many times that comes up in the first game.
Yeah.
It is a meme at this point. No, but I respect that. Like, you don't. I mean, I don't think you'd ship real people, especially if you don't know them personally. That is kind of disgusting, or not. Maybe not disgusting, or maybe that's just really weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I respect it. Like, I mean, I said I'm not one who criticizes, who people ship together. I'm not someone just to bash someone else's ships because I can. I respect it. Just because I may not, agree with the same thing doesn't mean I'm gonna, crap on someone who likes a certain thing. I'm not someone who's gonna do that. So I like to be respectful of other people's opinions. That's part of the fun of games. Everyone's got their own opinions. Everyone's got their own likes and dislikes, and that's part of the fun of gaming. That's kind of the beauty of games. Play games like you want. Like stuff that you like. That's kind of the beauty of games.
This is one of the ones I kind of stepped on.
Sonya and Gundam for this game.
Okay, so what is different? So.
And what do you actually think it is? And I'll tell you if you're correct.
So I'm trying to go through all the differences I can remember. So there is in the video, the person's hair is obviously not Ibuki's.
Yeah, well, that's not.
First of all. Well, I'm just going through of them. But, okay, so there's the hair, there's the blood on the stepladder that we already went over.
Yeah, we went over that.
There is the... I don't know, like... There's no overhead light. In the video, it's just the camera.
Taking a shot of lemon juice every time that came up, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, I like lemonade. Lemon juice.
Let's see.
Sonya and Gundam, that's a good ship too. I like that one in this game. So I guess you played this game?
Yeah, I think he said he had just finished this one.
Okay, I wasn't sure if he meant he'd finished this one or they had finished this one or the first game. So you don't like drinking? Yeah, I'm not a big drinker either. Not a big drinker either, man.
Out of all of the differences, what would have 7 letters and then 8 letters? Let's see.
Yeah, it's
Um, camera angle doesn't have enough.
okay. So you are a she. That's what I thought. Okay.
Um,
Yeah, that's what I
no.
was trying to say. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So you're okay. A girl. Okay.
Handle.
Yeah, I don't want to be offensive. I just wanted to make sure. I didn't want to be offensive. Is she? Okay.
Hmm. These are always the hardest ones in the game
Yeah.
for me.
I think it's
For
actually
some
pretty obvious.
reason.
Just the way they word it is the tricky
Yeah.
part about it. I actually know what it is.
Hmm.
Could just try and see what shows up.
Yeah, I'll see. We get what? F N M
Yeah.
F.
One of those letters is the first letter, just so you know. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
So, Sumi, is your boyfriend also a fan of Danganronpa? I feel like I want to ask her, was that he just playing it just because you wanted to play it? Does he like the series too? I feel like I like always getting to know this stuff. You might just want to try it, unless you just want me to tell you what it is.
Hmm. I think I can get it. Just gotta think about it for a little bit more. On
Okay, you're playing both for the first time. Okay.
current.
The game was so good. This game was good. I'm hooked on that from the start.
I-
Starting doing one chapter a week from chapter 1, 2, and 3. But before I was hooked playing the whole game. Nice. Like I think I did that too. When I played it, I played through 5 and 6 in one night just because I wanted to see what happened. We're playing them for the first time. Okay. You planning on playing V3? Just be prepared if you do. V3 is a long game. When we streamed V3, we were close to 80 hours on it. But that was part of it. Was a lot of us just talking.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that game, even without doing that, is a very long game. Those trials go on for a while, especially 6. So be ready for that if you get to V3. Okay. How about this game, not the first? Okay. You played this game together for the first time. That's cool.
Yes, we have played this game before. So this will be my second playthrough. Well, it'll be my second time experiencing the game. I first watched him play through the game last summer.
Yeah. This is his first time
when he
playing it.
was visiting my apartment.
What? So do you, let's say
Okay, I think
you know what it is?
yeah. I think I'm thinking about the differences to literally. It's not the difference in the video.
Yeah.
It's they're literally talking about the location the
It-
video was filmed.
It is. That's what it is. It's
Yeah,
filming location.
yeah,
That's what it
yeah.
is. That's the actual word.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, that's what I remember that tripping me up last time because I was so focused on the video itself that I forgot they were just talking about the actual location there.
Yeah. Okay, back underway here. I think that stumped me a lot too when I first played the game.
Oh, I'm gonna get this question together.
Both games together for the first time. I was talking about this is the game. Okay, this is the game that got you clicked. Okay. Just no super spoilers. Like, we don't want to, like, you know, spoil everybody. I'm fine with, you know, light spoilers, like things about like certain characters, but no like super heavy spoilers in the chat. So, yeah, I'm fine with like light spoilers. I do agree with you. I got hooked on this game too. This is definitely my favorite one in the series. So. So if you guys have played through 1 and 2, you guys think about playing V3? The third game?
It definitely takes a while.
Yeah, it's a good
It took
game.
almost 90 hours to finish, I believe.
Well, it didn't take us that long, but like I said, remember, a lot of it was just us talking.
Yeah.
So, but that game is really good too, but... Yeah, that game is good, but you know, it is long. Those trials can get really long in V3, especially Trial 6. But yeah. Oh, you're planning on playing V3? Nice, okay. But yeah. That game is a good game too, so I think you'll like it if you like the other 2 games, I think you'll like V3 as well.
Yeah, other than the fact that we probably spent some really long nights trying to get through some of those sections on our streams. Well, that, and it was also, I believe, the first...
Besides the stepladder, the filming location must have been different too.
When I tried to stream from my PC, we had a few technical issues.
Yeah, and this was also...
That out.
And V3 was also blind for him. I had played it once a couple years ago, but I hadn't really touched it since then. And that was his first playthrough.
Yeah, that was V3 was I think the only one I actually played through blind on stream, other than Despair Girls.
Yeah,
because I already knew the story and stuff from Danganronpa 1 from the anime.
And also me coming over and playing it that one time.
Yeah, and then we played it, and then, of course, yeah, we had played it 2 before. Yeah, that works.
Yeah,
we probably talk about more spoilers than that.
Yeah, and you can talk
Just
about
'cause they like to talk about the third and Despair Girl sometimes.
Yeah, you can definitely spoil the first game, because I think most people who are watching this have probably played the first game. And we have definitely spoiled things about the first game, so you can definitely talk about the first game in the chat. Just no super spoilers for this game for people who haven't played it. Because we've been trying to really be careful on us not spoiling the game. But you can definitely talk about the first game.
And what we've gone up to.
Yeah, and what we're up to now, yeah. So up to like this point, chapter 3, you can definitely talk about stuff up to this point. Just no super spoilers for the latter 3 chapters of this game. But yeah, but chapters 1 through 3 of this game and the first game are fair game. You can talk about it.
What do you mean?
I mean, the video I saw was not filmed at the music venue. It was filmed somewhere else.
The hospital monitor is supposed to display footage captured by the music venue camera, you know?
Then, there's a possibility that the killer also tampered with the surveillance camera unit.
In order to show us they filmed that video at the music venue instead of somewhere else, what did the killer do to the surveillance camera unit? Just logic dive, yeah.
Logic dive.
You don't have to play Despair Girls, I think, to like get the enjoyment of the Danganronpa series, because I mentioned Despair Girls is really just it's a lore
game. But I would say it's actually really fun. Like, I greatly enjoyed playing it.
Yeah, it can be fun.
It's a very different style, but I thought it was a fun game personally.
Yeah, I can definitely see why people have critiques with it, and it is really just, like I said, a glorified game for lore. Which pair of surveillance camera unit did the killer tamper with?
Both, I believe.
Yeah, I think so.
See?
Nope, nope.
Nope.
It was.
Oh, you can't jump.
It was just the camera. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, it would have just been the camera because they didn't need the monitor.
Yeah, they didn't change the monitor.
Oh, yeah, you do. Yeah, the fantasies are a little much. And there is the infamous scene in Chapter 3 that if the fantasies make you uncomfortable, then that definitely will. You can skip it, but there is, but that is a real infamous scene. So so if the fantasies disturb you, you definitely don't want to find out about the scene that I'm referring to. So yeah. So I mean, if that's how you feel, then I don't blame you for not wanting to play the game. And I think you can skip over the fantasies.
Yeah,
you are able to skip those.
Quick. Killer tamper with the camera
at the music
in the
venue
music venue or the hospital.
But yeah, so you can skip over though. No, that's fail again.
Okay,
I'm just not telling you these.
On this.
I'm just not telling you these, but yeah. But you can skip over the fantasies. You can just there's like a skip button on it. So, but I understand that you would be uncomfortable with that. I can understand that. I definitely not a huge fan of them myself. So, yeah, but I can understand that. But like I said, you do get a lot of interesting lore about the series that really kind of connects the first game, like the events after the first game, into even stuff for this game. So. Question 3. What did the killer do with the camera from the music venue surveillance unit? Okay, that one's pretty easy.
Yeah.
Because Kazuichi said they couldn't do the other thing. I don't want to see what's inside Toko's sleep head. That's fair. I mean, Toko's head is full of really disturbing
It's all coming
things.
together.
But yeah. That's fair. So I can respect that, though.
That's it. The killer just brought the camera from the music venue. With it, they made me think it was a live feed from the venue, when it was actually from somewhere else.
Then only the monitor was left in the music venue?
Yes, at least when I first discovered Ibuki's body. But when Hyoko's body appeared, the killer probably put the camera back too.
That means you should have realized that from the start and made this easier on all of us.
You wouldn't have
He
noticed it
did
either.
discover the body. I doubt his attention was focused on the camera.
Well, that's true, but in order to hide that the camera was missing, the killer did one more thing to the remaining monitor.
In order to hide the cameras, okay.
The thing the killer did to the remaining monitor was...
I see!
Yeah, they broke it.
The killer smashed the monitor to pieces, destroying it.
Oh yeah, they always do some kind of fun stuff with the dialogue for stuff like that.
And 6, yeah. Yeah, if you like that, you'll like what they do in...
As long as it was in pieces, you wouldn't be able to tell if the camera was actually there or not.
If you like that, alterations in 6, you'll like what they do in D3 Chapter 6. They actually do something really
lot of
cool.
that in D3.
They do something really cool with that in 6. In that game. I won't spoil it for you.
My attention was so focused on the body that even I couldn't have noticed something like that.
And the moment Hajime left the music venue, the killer put back the camera they took.
And they destroyed it and left that in pieces as well.
It's easy to say it was filmed somewhere else, but the surveillance camera's connection wasn't that strong.
Despite Kazuichi's desperate repair efforts, it seems it could not transmit from the hospital to the motel.
The fact that it was able to connect between the hospital and the music venue is amazing enough.
Which means even if it was filmed in another place, as long as it was transmitting from to the hospital, the range would be pretty limited. If that's the case, where was the video filmed to make it look like it was filmed at the music venue? The only possibility is...
Texas.
No, Antarctica. That place inside that building. Yeah, we know this one. Tell me that's not cool, though. Yeah, it is cool. I'll give you that. I did a replay through of the first game. Hangman again? Yeah, you should know this one, though. I did a replay through of the first game on my YouTube channel, and that final line is very different. There's a different one for
Let
each
me just
statement.
make sure I got it.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, it is cool. Oh, you've got a YouTube channel. Okay, that's really cool. You're that's really cool. Maybe I'll check that out at some point. I'm always interested in seeing how other people react when they play these games, and kind of like what their thoughts are. I think that's really interesting. That's kind of what we're doing with this playthrough. Like, we played the game, but we're giving our feedback, kind of our thoughts on the game, kind of our analysis on certain themes and themes and characters and things like that. That's sort of why we're doing this. Yeah, I think you've already got it. In Japanese. You know what the lines are? These rough translations are really accurate. I don't speak Japanese, so I probably can't really say with too much certainty. I know ACP's mentioned wanting to learn Japanese at some point and have us replay the game then.
Yeah, I'm working on it, but it'll probably be a good year or so before I can read it well enough to actually play the game fluently.
Yeah. This is the Japanese voice. This is the Japanese lines when you shoot the question mark. 6. I'm hearing English, so can you tell me what the unique lines are?
Oops.
Oh, okay, so English isn't your first language, okay. Learning English, can you tell me what the unique lines are? Oh, okay, so you want to know what the English lines are for the stuff in 6. I can try to look those up real quick.
Oops.
Oh, okay. Are you asking what the... I don't doubt it's different in Japanese. I can't tell you what that is, though.
I got it!
I don't mean to be offensive in any way, but I don't know if I can actually answer that question.
It's possible that it was filmed at the hospital's conference room.
Yeah, I mean, I would be able to look it up, but not right streaming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't mean to be, offensive anyway, but I don't think I can answer that. Maybe ACP can, but I don't think I can answer that.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look it up later.
Yeah, and I said I don't mean to be, offensive in any way when I say I don't know. So hope that's understood.
Conference room?
But the hospital and the music venue look completely different.
That's exactly why the killer did something to make those two places resemble each other.
Make the conference room look like the music venue. The killer went ahead and did some work. We got to make it clear what that work was.
It'd be pretty obvious at this point, I think.
Yeah.
There's no way the conference room and the music venue look the same.
Well, they kind of do.
Which place resembled the other? Did the conference room look like the music venue? Or did the music venue look like the conference room?
Or did they make some kind of set?
Or they might have tampered with the camera.
I still can't believe he mixed up the filming locations. Hajime, you're pretty stupid.
Thanks, Akane. That's you.
You're one to talk.
In order to make the hospital conference room resemble the music venue, what did the killer do? I should figure that out first.
There's no way the
It's one of the things
conference room
Kazuichi says.
and the music venue look the same.
Which place resembled the other? Did the conference room look like the music venue? Or did the music venue look like the conference room?
There you go. Okay, you got it. You got
I
it.
would put the white noise right where I'm trying to shoot.
I think that's the point.
Yeah.
What the killer did was make the music venue, the crime scene, look like the conference room. They did that by using the black curtain hanging at the back of the stage.
From what I remember, there used to be a really flashy curtain, but after the incident,
Oh yeah.
it somehow became a plain black curtain that didn't seem to be the right size.
That's right! It's so half-assed, just like Monami.
But are you the one who created Monami Monokuma?
Yeah.
Or at least how she looks now?
Yeah, you're right. He did. You're actually almost done. There's just a few more left.
Yeah.
Oh yeah? Well, your face looks stupid.
Oh, burn! Burn. You need that app that's like the like that thing. That's what you need for that. That's what you need there.
I got something for that.
Okay. There we go. Nice.
Nice. Yeah, I get what you're saying, Sumi. I just don't know. I've never played the Japanese version, so I don't know what all the differences are. Yeah, I would definitely like to play it in the future and like really compare it.
Yeah, I would love to do that with you.
Yeah, I think it'd be fun at some point if I made even like a YouTube video or something comparing the differences in all the games. That'd be a long undertaking, but
Yeah, I would. That would help you with
it
that.
could be
Like,
fun, yeah.
I mean, I could, give you some.
Of course, I wouldn't have to play the games necessarily. Since we have so much footage of the games, I could probably just go through and watch the places where it would be interesting enough to point out a difference.
Yeah.
But yeah.
That curtain was hung so the music venue would look like the conference room?
In actuality, even though the curtain in the conference room doesn't stand out, it is a black light-blocking curtain that's long enough to reach the floor.
I see. The conference room. Indeed, the floor of that room is the same color as the music venue stage.
Dun, dun, dun.
So the killer chose the conference room because they realized the floor matched.
Matching floors, matching curtains. I guess it makes sense you'd mistake the two.
But that's not all. There should be something else the killer did to tamper with the evidence. Probably.
Something else the killer did to make the music venue look like the conference room. It's got to be that. Oh yeah, I know what it is. This one's pretty obvious. Yeah. The one thing we haven't
I
used
can
yet.
prove it with this.
Yeah.
You're referring to the candle in the music venue, right? In the video I saw, a candle was used for lighting. But if you think about it, that's pretty strange. The music venue has good lighting, so there's no reason to even use candlelight.
Except to make it spooky.
Yeah.
Speaking of spooky, I mean, it's October.
Yeah, it is.
So I guess this makes sense to be doing the spookiest
Chapter in the game.
trial in October now.
Yeah. And this is ACP's, if you've seen one of our last streams, this is ACP's, in his opinion, creepiest chapter in Danganronpa.
Yeah. I definitely think, especially the scene where you first see the video, like suddenly, I think that's like definitely one of the most jarring moments. Maybe except for the events in chapter 5 of this game.
That chapter is just gives you a really unsettling feeling. For a lot of it.
So yeah.
I can't wait for us to get to that.
3 and 5, I think, are the most unsettling ones in the whole series for me, I think. Because nothing in V3 I think is nearly as creepy. There's some like definitely creepy ones, but I don't think they're quite as creepy as V2.
I think the only thing I think that's comes close in V3 is the I guess this is more if you find that theming creepy is the seance stuff, and I think that more comes down to, do you find that in general creepy, personally speaking?
Yeah.
Like my my sister's husband, he hates that stuff.
Yeah.
So I think it would just come down to, does that personally bother you? You can still think it's creepy if it doesn't, but because it definitely can be disturbing.
Kind of occult stuff is
Yeah.
definitely off-putting.
Yeah.
Wouldn't they have done it to make it feel creepier?
That might have been another reason, but the main reason was probably to tamper with evidence. The lighting in the conference room and the music venue are so different. They couldn't be used during filming. That's why the killer used a candle as film lighting instead.
Which means... Are you saying the candle in the music venue wasn't actually used?
It's probably the same candle. Right?
It could have been one that wasn't used at all. I mean, it could have still been.
Yeah, I mean, I guess technically. But we never see the candle. It was like the candle that was used for the filming wasn't left there.
Yeah, so I guess they could have just taken
it. Either hidden in some other random place, or they brought that specific candle to the music venue.
I think that's what it's implied they did, because we definitely saw a candle, and if that's where the video was being filmed, not the music venue, then I think that's what they did. Like, the candle would have been brought from the conference room to the music venue. I think that's what happened.
Yeah.
What are you laughing at?
Reading chat here.
Okay.
That candle was likely placed there just to make me think it was the same candle that was used in the video.
With candlelight, you can't see things in that much detail. Maybe they were going for that effect.
That's pretty good,
With that cheap-ass camera, it won't capture much in a dark area.
As long as this all matches up, it should be no problem to say this is decided. The video I saw wasn't filmed at the music venue. It was actually filmed at the hospital conference room.
If I'd found proof that evidence in the conference room was altered, we would have reached an answer sooner. But it appears the killer already covered that up, so I didn't find anything when I went there.
I think at this point, I think at this point in the trial, even for me personally, like when I first played the game, I think by this point, not for me, but like for most people by this point, if you've been paying attention, and from what we've known, it becomes pretty obvious who it is. Based on like the fact that everything said it was switched, and if the video was filmed at the hospital, there's really only one person who could have done that at the time it happened.
Yeah.
And I think I had figured it out when I first played a good bit sooner. I think when they first brought up the fact the location might have been different, I think that's when I pretty much knew for sure.
Yeah.
I don't know about you, but that's how I felt when I played it.
But there's no mistake. That's the only place within the connection range of the surveillance camera.
The motel would have been too far, and the interior design of the movie theater is too distinctive.
But this must be a surprising turn of events for Hajime. You never suspected that the video you saw in the hospital was being filmed in the conference room.
Well, I guess by that point, Ibuki was already dead. He couldn't have done anything. She was already dead by then.
Yeah.
The incident isn't happening at the scene of a crime. It's occurring in the conference room.
I feel like I've heard Barryside cops say that before. Bayside, excuse me. Barryside. Bayside cops say that before, but isn't that the other way around?
If Ibuki's hanging video was filmed at the hospital's conference room, then was Ibuki killed at the conference room too?
No, that's not possible. Right after Hajime saw that video, he discovered Ibuki's body at the music venue.
That video was filmed at the conference room, but Ibuki's body was at the music venue. Which means there was a fake somewhere. The fake must have been...
I see!
I feel like that could be a song, the Ibuki at the hotel.
The person wearing the hint
motel.
bag in that video wasn't Ibuki.
Or the Ibuki at the music venue or something like that. That could be like a song title.
Yeah.
It was the killer pretending to be Ibuki.
That's funny.
Dun, dun.
The killer put on a hospital gown, wore a hint bag on their head, and was only pretending to be the victim.
By that time, the real Ibuki must have already been killed.
The actual time of death must have been earlier. Probably around midnight or dawn to avoid witnesses.
Maybe it's because it's... I don't think it's an optional thing, but they never... Did they mention the missing gown?
Yeah, Akane talked about it. We talked to her last time.
Yeah.
Because she was talking about how she wanted to, start wearing hospital gowns, but she couldn't find any extra ones. Because she went to the one...
Did they mention it in the trial? I don't think they've mentioned it yet.
No, I don't think they have.
If they took Ibuki from the music venue to the hospital to kill her, there's no way it happened during the day.
Well, that's what happened. No matter how quickly I ran, it was impossible to rescue Ibuki. Yeah, that's what I said. She was already dead. That moment, I was already in the killer's trap. And the one who set that trap for me was...
But why did the killer go to the trouble of making a fake video just so Hajime could go to the crime scene?
The reason the killer made a fake video... There's only one possibility I can think of. And if I examine that possibility thoroughly, then naturally the killer's identity will reveal itself.
Huh?
You fiend! Are you saying you already know who the killer is?
Yes, we are, Gundam. That's right, I should already know. I should have already known who the killer is. Yep. Yoko. It was Hiyoko.
It was Hiyoko. Byakuya.
Byakuya. It was Chiaki.
You're the only one!
It was Monokuma.
Yeah.
You're the killer, aren't you?
Yeah. The reaction there.
What are you talking about?
Like I said, aren't you the killer who murdered Ibuki and Hiyoko?
Killer? Huh? I'm the killer? What is this?
Hey, don't you think that's kinda impossible? A chick like her as the killer? She couldn't even kill a fly. In fact, the fly would probably kill her first.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah, normally that's probably not wrong.
Yeah.
She's right! A clumsy slowpoke like me killing someone? That's completely out of the question!
But we're the only ones. Thanks to that video, we're the only ones who have the advantage of an alibi.
An alibi? Was that the killer's goal?
Now that you mention it, you guys brought that up earlier. Only Hajime and Mikan have an alibi.
It's just a coincidence!
But you're the only one who could have filmed that video in the hospital conference room.
Yep.
Yeah, the only other person it could have been would have been either
Nagito or Akane.
Akane, and then Nagito was like completely out of it. And
Yeah.
Akane, well, it's not completely out of the question. That's extremely unlikely.
I mean, and also, if she was like in that wimpy state, like, would she have really been able to kill someone then?
No.
If she was just like being a coward and crying all the time?
Yeah. Yeah, not impossible, but definitely
Not likely.
unlikely.
Is that also a coincidence?
Got her pegged now.
Mhm.
Shouldn't you get some rest already? You should be exhausted from nursing without any sleep, right?
Then, if you must insist, I will use the on-call room upstairs.
You must. Oh, sorry.
You must be mentally exhausted, so it's better if you relax in the lobby instead.
At least after this chapter, you
That
wanted to
time,
voice her.
You said you were going to the on-call room, but you actually went to the conference room.
I don't know how much you like doing her voice, but at least after this chapter, you want to do it.
Yeah. It's not a hard
That's when you
voice
put
to
on
do.
a hospital
but
gown that you prepared in advance, put the bag on your head, and began filming.
Yeah, but what?
I could definitely feel it wear on my voice if I have to do too many. I have to do like Mikan, Chiaki, Monami, and Monokuma
Yeah.
all at the same time. That can really wear on my voice a little bit.
Yeah, I have that same problem with you with the voice. I have doing Nagito's voice for a long time really wears on me, and Gundam to a degree as well.
Yeah, Monokuma is probably the worst, just because it has to be high pitched and scratchy.
And also kind of gleeful.
Yeah, so I have to put that kind of like scratchy rasp into my voice, but at the same time also like kind of almost like not yell, but like over pronounce everything.
Yeah.
Really excitedly. So
it's done well.
definitely- Yeah. I think I've definitely gotten better at it.
Yeah.
Like, since I've literally done it for what, hundreds of hours now.
Yeah, we're definitely over 100 hours.
Maybe not literally, but
Well, yeah, well, no,
I've done
because
it
not a voice in the.
quite a- yeah.
But I get what you're saying. We have definitely played Danganronpa games for over 100 hours. If you combine our first playthrough of 1, our first playthrough of this game, playing through V3 again, or for you for the first time, and then this game again.
Yeah, so
I mean, you
still
didn't
lots of Monokuma voicing practice.
Yeah. Fortunately, you didn't have to really voice Monokuma in Ultra Despair Girls, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you've had a lot of hours to work on that Monokuma.
By doing that, you made up a video that showed Ibuki trying to hang herself at the music video. And showed that to me.
Just getting the crazy eyes.
I saw that video at the hospital lobby. If someone wants to go to the conference room from outside, they have to pass through the lobby.
So it's impossible that someone who wasn't already in the hospital went to the conference room to film.
Yeah, unless they were already hiding in the conference room way before anyone got there.
Not
Yeah.
only that, the others in the hospital, Akane and I, were both delirious from the despair disease.
So that must mean...
Please, wait a second. What are you saying? I'm the killer? That's impossible. There's no way I could kill someone.
It's not literally impossible. Can't you give a better defense than that?
Just shows she can't even do that.
Hey, you sure this chick is really the killer?
Wrong! It's totally wrong! It's not what you think!
Just like Akane said, it is really hard to tie it all together. I mean, Mikan is the killer?
I agree. It is truly difficult to believe someone could be killed by such a slow-witted woman.
He's a woman.
That slow-witted remark is not necessary.
But for Gundam, he probably feels that's very true.
And
It's fine. I've been like this for a long time.
and also not wrong in regards to Mikan specifically.
I wouldn't even consider her slow-witted, though.
Well, maybe not slow-witted, but very,
she's extremely meek, but
very clumsy.
she has multiple times pointed out pretty well thought out contributions to previous cases or just conversation in general. I think she's just afraid to speak her mind, but I don't think her mind is slow.
No. Yeah, I guess you're right. I guess she's just a very, maybe just in a physical sense, she's kind of slow-witted unless she's nursing somebody.
Yeah.
Like in terms of
she obviously has a great deal of medical knowledge.
Yeah.
And it's hard to have all that knowledge if you're actually dumb.
No, yeah, you're right. I mean,
In a tournament for social punching bags, I'd easily win first place with my soft reputation. Even I can't deny that. How many times do I have to tell you? It's impossible for me to kill someone. I'm serious. Very serious.
What do you say, Hajime?
Do you still believe this woman is the killer?
Do you hate me that much, Hajime?
Hey, Hajime!
everyone's ganging up on me. I think that's her goal here. I mean,
Try to play into the meek behavior.
tricks aside, logic aside, is she really capable of doing something like this? Well, there is one way. We haven't gotten to that yet. Could it be I'm the one making a mistake? No. In fact, it'd be much easier if I was wrong. If I have this much doubt about someone I've spent so much time with.
Can you hold on a minute?
You saving us here, Nagito? Huh?
Well, I know I'm being intrusive and all, and I mean, I have no place to say this. I missed all of the critical parts, and I doubt I have anything worth saying at an important time like this.
What are you saying?
But still, there's definitely no way I can overlook the killing.
Oh, okay. This is when what I thought happens. This happened. I thought this happened before the trial. I think I'm once again thinking of the fan work for 2 that's based on this game, where he talks about this before Chapter 3, the Trial 3. I do remember this did happen though.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. There's something about that sprite that just gives off such a smug air.
I think that's the point. It is very smug.
Yeah.
Almost pompous in a way.
Because Nagito puts on this whole act of being, his oh, I'm not as good as the Ultimates act. But I'm not sure he really believes that deep down. Because every time he has a chance to gloat over them and actually be more observant, he always kind of gloats a little bit.
I think he truly does believe the worth about himself, just because of a lot of his life experiences. But you are right that he does tend to gloat sometimes.
Because, yeah, he definitely... I don't know. Maybe he's impressed with himself that he figured out something that even, quote, Ultimates couldn't figure out.
I think that's kind of I think that might be it.
Yeah.
Because I truly do believe that he, like when he talks about how he thinks he's trash, I think like he truly, if you say that as much as he does, he probably truly does believe that about himself.
Yeah.
And I know like in a lot of the extended lore stuff, that's definitely what he thinks.
Yeah.
And it's definitely understandable why he would grow to think that way. Even if it's obviously not right to think like that. But yeah, but I think I do get what you're saying. Like I said, you could do a whole video essay on Nagito and like his thought process and his views of things. Huh?
I thought it was suspicious all along, from the very beginning. Investigating with the suspect in mind creates a different result than investigating with no leads.
Wait, investigating with a suspect in mind creates a different result than investigating with no leads. Yeah, that's very true.
Yeah, it is.
It's kind of like in science when you create experiments to test something you think should be there. You have a tendency to over-bias your results toward supporting your own argument instead of letting the results speak for themselves.
Yeah.
Hey, what are you trying to say?
I like that analogy.
Yeah.
Well, thanks to that, I was able to discover a truth that nobody else knows.
What? Are you serious?
I've been so focused on everybody else this trial. But I guess now's a good time to say it, right?
You better not have kept quiet on purpose. This isn't a game, you know.
Actually, this is a game.
Thank you.
Please don't say such controversial statements.
I mean, we are playing a game right now. I mean,
And it's not like Monokuma stays away from the controversial topics.
yeah, it's not.
What do you know, Nagito?
Well, it's nothing big, really. Only a small, decisive clue that points to the killer.
Dang! That's a huge deal!
Yeah, Akane.
A decisive clue. Does something like that really exist?
Let's take a look, shall we? Regarding the rope Ibuki was dangling from.
The rope?
This rope was supplied by the supermarket, right? There weren't any ropes inside the music venue.
Again with the supermarket? That place is a hotspot for criminal goods.
It kind of is.
Yeah.
If they got it at the supermarket, that means it was brand new, right?
Yeah.
What's wrong with that?
I want you to take a close look at this rope. And keep in mind that it's brand new. Near the middle of the rope, it's frayed, as if it was rubbed strongly. But why is it like this? The loop Ibuki used to hang herself is on one end of the rope, and the part of the rope that hung from the baton lighting is on the other end.
Hey, you're taking too long. What's wrong with the rope being frayed?
It means, well, from what I can infer, I think the rope was used like this. The killer wrapped the rope around Ibuki's neck, pulled both ends at full strength, and strangled her. The center of the rope is frayed because that's the part they used to strangle Ibuki.
Oh god, I've been listening to you for a while, and it sounds like you knew about this rope clue all along. What exactly did you say to me during the investigation?
So this rope won't be much of a clue. Then I might as well search another place.
Not everyone cooperates at a class trial. Those who lie and conceal the truth will obviously be here too. Just like this case's killer. I was just copying them a little bit.
He's a wily fellow.
More importantly, what was all that about the rope? The killer strangled Ibuki. And then?
And then, I finished speaking.
Huh?
How is that a decisive clue?
Huh? You didn't notice it? I thought I made the decisive clue very clear.
Nagito's words contain a decisive clue? Is that really true? I think this is the last debate.
Yeah.
Ibuki didn't die from hanging. She was strangled to death.
That's basically the same thing.
Though hanging and strangling seem similar, they're very different. The scars they leave would look different too.
Scars? You mean the rope burn, right?
But we believed it was from a hanging. Why would that be?
Oh, yeah.
Did we fall for someone's lie?
The body at the crime scene was hanged, you know. Obviously, we'd assume it was a hanging.
The Monokuma file complicates this too. It never specified hanging or strangulation.
Whoever misunderstood is to blame.
Whoever misunderstood is to blame.
Ibuki
I
didn't
know what
die
it is.
from
Yeah, I
hanging.
know what it is.
Yeah.
She was strangled to death.
That's basically the same thing.
Though hanging and strangling seem similar, they're very different. The scars they leave would look different too.
Scars? You mean the rope burn, right?
But we believed it was from a hanging. Why would that be?
Did we fall for someone's lie?
Yep.
That must be it!
Thank you, Kazuichi.
So that's what happened. We've been falling for the killer's lie this whole time.
There's something I want to ask you. There's no doubt Ibuki's cause of death was being hanged by this rope, right?
Yeah, she had no other external injuries, so there's no doubt she died from hanging herself.
I see. So I see. So Ibuki died by hanging herself.
So he knew right then and there.
But something
Or
was
at least had a very,
But something was wrong.
yeah, at least had a very good clue.
You said Ibuki hanged herself, but that was a complete lie, wasn't it, Mikan?
That is... well...
Well, obviously
You told us the wrong cause of death. You lied, didn't you?
I mean, like, obviously a nurse would know. Obviously a nurse would know the difference between, like death from a hanging and death from being strangled.
Yeah.
You should have been able to tell the difference between hanging and strangling just by looking. You, Mikan, the ultimate nurse.
Yeah.
Please wait! First of all, I'm not a coroner, so I don't have the medical knowledge to identify injuries like that. That's why it's not my fault if I made a mistake.
You are right. And you have been a great help to us so far.
But even a drunk medical student can notice the difference between a hanging and strangulation.
I'm not taking her side or anything, but being clumsy and unskilled in this area could lead to a mistake.
He's totally right. I'm such a clumsy mess, and I got so careless.
Mikan nursed me till I got better. There's no way I'm gonna doubt her.
Don't you think her devotion to nursing is what helped her draw Ibuki to her death?
Huh?
And if not, her symptoms were still very serious and caused her to believe what anybody told her.
Yep.
It wouldn't surprise me if she willingly followed Mikan because she was nursing her.
So Mikan volunteered to nurse us? Cause she was planning to do this all along?
That's a little... Aren't you like the thief who suspects everyone else of being thieves?
Kinda.
Sort of is.
I'm not a criminal. Mikan is. I mean, she's a killer, you know.
You've got it all wrong. Please forgive me.
I'm sorry, but there's no way I can forgive you.
Oh boy. That's not good when he says that.
Yeah, when you on Nagito's bad side, bad things usually happen to you.
Yeah.
He's a very clever boy when it comes to dealing with his obstacles.
I just can't forgive this crime at all.
Okay, this is where this was. I mean, he talks about the what's the word? I guess sort of like the motive, I guess, of the the case.
Forgiveness or not, we still have not decided if Mikan is the killer.
I see. You guys are kind. Well, if that's the choice everyone makes, then the only thing I can do is back off, I guess. But is that really okay? Is that everyone's hope?
Oh, finally we're
You're
gonna do the hope
friggin'
stuff.
annoying! If you keep talking, I'm seriously gonna beat you up!
But I'm really not the killer. There's no way I'm capable of killing someone.
Is that really true?
Stop it already! That's enough!
I can't stop! I don't want to do this either! Of course I don't want to do this! But I need to do this!
You doubt your friends?
That's not it! I suspect them because I want to believe them!
What the hell does that mean?
I don't think belief and doubt are necessarily opposites.
Yeah.
Huh?
I do doubt her, but I still want to believe her. Belief lies at the heart of that conflict. 'Cause if there's no room for doubt, then there's no reason to believe, is there?
Don't say deep stuff. I don't really get it.
That's a nice line, though. That's actually really
If you
a
want
good
to
way of
believe
looking
in
at it.
someone,
Yeah.
you need to overcome doubt first.
Yeah, blindly believing them is never a good idea.
I mean,
You also want to you always want to come at things from a reasonable skepticism.
yeah. Like, yeah, I mean, that's a good metaphor for, or not metaphor, a good kind of thought process for general life, I think.
Yeah.
Like, you don't just want to blindly, like you said, blindly believe in somebody. Like, you want to have some, like you said, sense of reason and logic and understanding.
Their actions and words have to prove they're trustworthy, rather than just assuming they are.
Belief without doubt is simply a lie.
Yep. Exactly right.
Fine. Do whatever you want. I won't stop you anymore.
Huh? Is that all you can say?
What? Okay. That was very unsettling.
Ah, so in the end, you're all just a bunch of bullies, huh?
Very unsettling.
Justifying your actions with fancy words. Making excuses for why it's not really your fault. Everyone always treats me like that. Always. It's all her fault. She's the one with the problem. I'm done with that. You hear me? I'm done!
Hey, Mikan!
It's not fair. It's not fair. 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 Not fair! Why won't you forgive me? If you did something wrong, you'd forgive yourself right away! What did I do? Why won't anybody forgive me?
Is acting like this your strategy now? Well, this is annoying. Plus, to be honest, I've run out of ideas. How can we get you to admit it? That's the issue.
If we don't have any clues, why don't we have her give us some? I'm the same as Hajime. I don't want to doubt any of my friends. But still, the truth is one of us murdered two of our friends. That's why we gotta stick with this until the very end, so we can finally break these chains of despair.
Chiaki.
Hey Mikan, can I ask you one last thing? If you're not the killer, then who fabricated that video Hajime watched?
Like I said, it obviously wasn't me.
That's not what she
Can you
asked.
prove it?
Prove it? Wait. Do have any proof that I'm the one who fabricated that video? Ah, that's right! Show me your proof! Because you're just assuming the video was filmed at the conference room. Treating me like a killer based on an assumption. Just because I was at the hospital. That's totally crazy! I didn't do anything wrong! Why does everybody always hate me? Please, just forgive me already!
Is this broad really okay? She's emotionally unstable.
That's one way to put it.
I'm not the killer! The video... I never filmed that video!
It seems she finally started arguing for us.
Huh? Oh,
The
Chiaki.
only one who can find the hole in her argument is you, Hajime.
Why not you?
So, I'm going to leave this to you once again.
Why can't you do it? You're the one who brought it out.
I guess he's just really good at it.
Yeah. Could it be? Was this Chiaki's goal all along? She's saying everyone's fake depends on me, the only person who saw the video. Okay,
yeah,
I guess that makes sense.
Yeah.
Why do you get to decide I'm the killer? Where's your proof? Please, forgive me already!
I need to make up my mind. I'm the one who has to do it. I'm the one who's going to finish this. Okay, I was wrong. There was one more debate, and then you got the battle, and then you're done.
I'm not the killer!
We can't think of anybody else other than you who could have filmed that video.
Huh? Do you have any proof? Is the hemp bag on her head the proof? Is the hospital gown she was wearing suspicious? Or could it be the hospital slippers she had on?
Ibuki and Mikan clearly have different body types.
Is that really your proof? You could tell her body type under the hospital gown? Just from that video? Just from that camera angle? Just from that dim candlelight? There's no way you'd be able to make out her body type! So please forgive me already!
Hajime, pay close attention and listen well. You're the only one who can point out the killer's mistake.
This one, I think, did stump me a bit. Don't flinch. I know what it is now, but it is... Yeah, but this did stump me for a bit.
Yeah.
We can't think of anybody else other than you
I think I have it.
who could have filmed that video.
Huh? Do you have any proof? Is the hemp bag on her head the proof? Is the hospital gown she was wearing suspicious? Or could it be the hospital slippers she had on?
Ibuki and Mikan clearly have different body types.
Is that really your proof?
Oh, okay.
You could tell her body type under the hospital gown?
I remember what you actually have to do.
Just
now.
from that video? Just from that camera angle? Just from that dim candlelight? There's no way you'd be able to make out her body type! So please forgive me already!
Hajime, pay close attention and listen well. You're the only one who can point out the killer's mistake.
I'm not the killer!
We can't think of anybody who could have filmed.
Huh? Do you have any? Is the hemp bag on her head the proof? Is the hospital gown she was wearing suspicious? Or could it be the hospital slippers she had on?
Ibuki and Mikan clearly have different body types.
Is that really your proof? You could tell her body type under the hospital gown? Just from that video? Just from that camera angle?
Nice, I didn't know if you were gonna get it. Nice.
I kind of remembered that one from the last time we played.
Because it...
Mikan, you've committed
I
a
think it
major
stumped.
mistake.
I know it stumped us last time.
Yeah.
Because I said I didn't remember much about this trial when we played it last year, much at all, and that did stump me. I know this probably also sounds really weird because Mikan is sounding a little crazy, but I almost like the other voice she has.
It's not annoying.
Yeah, other than like the wimpy voice.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I feel like obviously it's not her normal voice, but it's at least not annoying.
Yeah, I kind of like it.
Like, yeah.
Mistake?
It's kind of like the same reason Toko's voice is annoying. That like constant stuttering and
whining, almost.
Whining, yeah.
As I said before many times, I'm the only one who saw that video.
What's wrong with that?
But I never said anything about the camera angle. So how can you say anything about the camera angle as if you saw that video yourself?
Screwed yourself over there, Mikan. Yeah. Hajime, you brilliant man.
The only reason Mikan knew the camera angle Hajime had seen is because you're the person who actually filmed that video. Is that right?
This is your just reward. The more desperately you argue, the deeper you dig yourself into a hole.
Yep.
You lied, didn't you?
Yep.
Are you serious? Is it true, Mikan? Did you kill Hiyoko and Ibuki?
Forgive me! Huh?
Oh, wait, what? That was really quick.
Yeah.
Huh? I was wrong. No, that's not it at all.
That's not it?
I mean, it's impossible.
Okay. Impossible?
You know that hemp bag Ibuki was wearing when she died? Try remembering the tote bag instead. Ding! I totally remember now.
What the heck's wrong with her? She's getting weirder by the minute.
That tote bag. Isn't it the same one that girl was wearing in the video?
How would you know that?
How do you know so much about that video?
Who cares about that?
Pretty relevant.
Yeah.
It's pretty relevant.
Exactly. Yeah.
More importantly, did you know that bag is a limited item that was sold at the movie theater?
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like, yeah, I know where they're going with this, obviously, but I feel like at this point, she's just pointing out tiny details that no one even brought up. Just to try to be like, oh, you totally missed this, right?
I think that's desperation in a way.
Yeah.
Hajime saw it too, didn't you? You remember the Usami decal on it, right? Whoopsie! Don't worry about it. I remember even if you don't.
Yeah.
Ta-da! There's no mistake that tote bag is a limited item. So don't you think it's impossible? Using one tote bag in both the conference room and the music venue at the same time? It's blatantly obvious that that's impossible. Don't you think?
Well, we already established that Ibuki was dead when the video was filmed.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter if the person in the video had the hemp bag, because that would have to be the only one, because at that point Ibuki was dead. And we established that the killer went to the music venue to uncover Hiyoko's body. They could have easily put it on her then.
No. Because Hajime saw
I guess he did, yeah.
the body with the hemp bag.
Oh, that's right. No, okay, no, I know what it is.
Yeah, before the killer.
Yeah, I think I know what Monokuma said. He said something along the lines of like, it's not like there's one item, the bag is only limited to one person.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to
That's
get
why
at.
that video isn't fabricated, and I'm not the killer. So you'll forgive me, right?
Taking your stubbornness this far. Such despair.
Then you're gonna forgive me? I won't stop until you forgive me!
Right, 'cause he talked about the bonus sale, like the buy one, get one free. That's what he was talking about. Oh, okay, I think this is where you get the bullet capacity now. Long time no see. Well, not really. It's time for the third panic talk action, PTA. This probably is going to be my last job during a class trial. Please humor me while I taint your ears one last time. Starting from this PTA, the reload and ammo features will be at. Yep, that's what I thought.
Oh, yeah.
You will no longer be able to make do just with the left mouse button. Below the tempo meter in the lower portion of the screen, the number of bullets are displayed. From this point, you'll need one bullet to destroy one remark. When you're out of bullets, you won't be able to destroy the remarks no matter how much you use the left mouse button or mash button. You will be able to refresh your bullets by pressing the tab key to reload. Just like locking on, press the tab key with the time with the tempo marker. The controls are the same as the left mouse button. Match the tempo marker either by pressing the tab key. Number of bullets refreshed is based on how well you kept the tempo. If you get the timing wrong when you press the tab key, bullets will not be refreshed, so please be careful. Also, your ammo will be completely refreshed and will not run out during fever time. If your difficulty level is set to gentle, you do not need to reload. I guess this was a pretty useless explanation, even though it was the last one. That should be all the explanations for the class trials. The rest is up to you to overcome. You should be able to find it beyond this point what you and I both yearn for. Through despair.
You and I both yearn for.
Nice. I like how they at least wrapped up all these, like, before, like, kind of like, help you on the first three trials, but they leave the last three, which are obviously supposed to be much harder for you to figure out yourself.
Does that imply that the, quote, person explaining all of this is that person?
I've never thought about it that way. I do see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I've always just thought it was like a massive fourth wall break. It's like just like say like a game developer's talking to you. Like one of the actual game staff is talking to you. But you might be right in a way. For this game specifically. Yeah. I'm not sure about V3 or 1 how that really works. I think 1 it literally is just like a general explanation.
Yeah.
But I know for V3 they have stuff similar to that, but for this game you might like that does make sense. Like I've never thought about it that way.
Yeah. Because I mean this last line kinda hinted something. Who else would want true despair?
Yeah. I always thought it was like I said. I thought it was like like I said, the fourth wall break from the developer, implying like that's the reason people play these games is to, you know.
So if I understood that explanation correctly, I still press the left mouse button to play normally.
Yeah.
But I can also hit the tab button to reload the bullets while still keeping time with it.
Tempo. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Well then, good luck and have fun. I do like how they leave you to.
Explaining it until you forgive me. That bag is a limited item.
I like how they at least leave it up to you to find the
That's why that crime is impossible for anyone to pull off.
Like the last three trials you can figure out for yourself. Like there's no explanations in trials 4, 5, and 6, and obviously those are supposed to be the hardest ones. So I like that they just don't have any tutorials there. They let you figure those three out yourself. So let's get this done.
This chick, has she lost it for good?
Will you forgive me? You'll forgive me, right? Isn't that right? You're obviously gonna forgive me, right?
At this rate, we're not gonna get it. We're not getting anywhere. I gotta do something and end this. I gotta.
That's why I brought a gun.
Well, we have a gun technically. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, what are we shooting? I mean, we're shooting these bullets. I mean,
yeah.
I gotta do something so I can make her admit it.
I mean, even if she doesn't admit it, they could still.
Please, draw on me.
Draw on you?
Why only me? Please, draw on me. Can you forgive me already? Forgive me! Forgive me! Please, draw on me. Can you forgive me already? I'll do anything you want. Can you forgive me
Negative.
already? I'll do
Okay,
anything
I
you
figured you were
want.
gonna do that. And that's just a cheap way to do it, but you can do that. You also, you don't have to refill during fever time.
You still haven't forgiven me. Please, draw
Oh,
on
wait,
me.
cancel it. Can I?
What?
Can I cancel it? Hold on.
No, you're out of it now. Oh, no, you're not.
Okay.
On me.
Okay.
There's only one bag. It's impossible to
Theater
use them
bonus
two places
prize.
at the same time.
This
There
is
you
the
go.
end.
There you go. I think it just has a. It goes until the focus gauge runs out.
Monokuma mentioned this earlier.
I don't know if I don't know if you can directly cancel out of it, but it goes till your focus gauge runs out.
I feel like I did cancel it the last time I used it, though. I don't know.
We can check that in the next time we have to use it.
When you buy one bag, you get another one free! It's a common practice to bait customers with bonus prizes!
Whoever bought that bag should have received another one as a bonus prize. Which means it's not impossible to use that bag in two separate places. So please, just stop making desperate excuses.
Why? Why can't you forgive me? Why?
Because you're guilty.
Yeah, because you are a murderer.
Seems her desperate struggle is finally coming to an end.
Why does everybody always hate me? You should just forgive me already!
Nikon, it's already over. After I go over your crime from the beginning and show that you have no arguments left, please just admit it already. In the end, at least let me believe in you.
Okay. Let's see how you do with this.
Closing arguments.
Let's do it.
Stock one.
So what do you have?
Alright, so I saw the monitor.
Okay.
So,
Video broadcast. Oh, that was pretty easy.
yeah. So,
What did the killer drop the broadcast?
So,
These step ladders are different.
the hemp bag.
No, Monavy's tote bag. There's breaking the drumstick and then the scrap of paper. Yeah.
Okay.
Body was hidden
Body was
before.
Okay.
Small clue the killer left. Breaking the drumstick.
Normal after
So
destroying
that's
it.
the,
No.
how was the real locker room created? And then that's it.
Okay, so there's one more I need to use up here. So,
Yeah, I know which one it is.
see, the body was hidden before. Oh, it's this.
There's that noise. There's that noise again. Really like shing noise. I just heard it again.
Huh.
It just came through my headset.
Must be this. Yeah.
Maybe it's something on my computer. I can't see the rest of the computer screen. I'm just looking at the.
It might be some kind of a notification.
Yeah, maybe because I can't see that right now. 'Cause I'm
Oh,
just...
it's someone chatting.
Oh.
That's the noise. It makes that noise whenever someone chats for the first time. For
Oh, I didn't know that.
you. Looks like Storm 4000 says hello.
Hey. I was wondering what that was.
Oh, okay. So we did those two. I was hidden before. No. Back to normal. glue. Back to normal. I think it's this one here. No,
Oh wait, whoops. I didn't see what you did there.
hold on.
The body was hidden before. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. And then
Back to normal after destroying it.
Here's everything that happened in this case.
Unfortunately, I can't
The
respond
key
to
to
the guy in
this
the chat.
incident is the surveillance camera video that only I saw.
I can't respond to that guy. Well, hello anyway. I can verbally respond. I just can't respond in chat, but hello. Thank you for joining us tonight.
although you have caught us near the end.
Yeah. Hey, but it's still good. I'm still glad you're here.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're still glad you decided to join us for a bit of this stream.
That's why I'm going to start with that to unravel the knots of this crime. When I went to the hospital with Mikon this morning, I noticed a specific thing in the lobby. The incoming signal light on the surveillance monitor was blinking ahead of the scheduled time. When I switched on the monitor, what appeared on screen was a person wearing a hospital gown and a bag on their head about to hang themselves right at that moment. That surveillance camera unit was designed for two-way communication with the hospital and the music venue. That's why I thought the signal originated from the music venue, so I immediately headed over there. But that was the killer's trap. In truth, that video was recorded in a different place. The killer brought the music venue camera the night before and made their preparations in advance. And then, they filmed that video in the hospital conference room. By doing so, they tried to make me think the incident was happening in real time. When in fact, the crime had already been committed by that point. The person in the footage wearing the bag was actually the killer acting as a fake. I didn't know that, so I went to the music venue and found the hanged body wearing a bag on its head. Seeing the body before me, I panicked and rushed out of there to get the rest of you guys. But that was also part of the killer's trap. After cleaning the conference room, the killer was likely watching the music venue from outside, and as if they were switching places with me, they went inside the music venue and began working on their last trick. First, the killer peeled off the wallpaper covering one of the stage pillars, revealing Hyoko's body. When I first arrived and saw the hanged body, I didn't notice anything strange about that pillar. I didn't expect it to be slightly larger from the wallpaper, or have Hyoko's body hidden inside.
That would be a weird thing to expect.
Next, the killer destroyed the surveillance camera that was used in the conference room.
Definitely would.
After destroying it, they mixed it with what was left of the surveillance monitor found at the crime scene. The surveillance camera the killer used was originally brought from the music video, but when they brought it, they made sure to destroy its monitor beforehand. They wanted to hide the fact that the camera wasn't at the crime scene. In the end, the killer transformed the crime scene into a closed room. They broke one of the drumsticks from the storage room and placed it near the music venue's entrance. However, they did this to mislead us into believing that the music venue was locked from the inside. In actuality, the reason the music venue became a closed room was because of the glue. The killer sealed the door with glue and intentionally created a closed room that could be forced open. With that, the killer finished tampering with the crime scene and met up with Fuyuhiko and me. They helped us force open the music venue door, despite the fact that they personally sealed it.
Why does Fuyuhiko have his hands in his pockets there?
Maybe it was almost implied he was like shoulder bashing it.
Yeah. Or kicking it, I guess.
Maybe.
And they made us discover not just Ibuki's body, but Hyoko's suddenly present body as well. At the time, they pretended to be surprised, but inside, they were probably relieved that their plan worked out.
I like that.
Isn't that right, Mikan? This crime was orchestrated by you, wasn't it?
That face.
Yeah.
Whoa! Now she's laughing?
Like the Joker.
Yeah.
It's been such a long time. This feeling, I know it well. Like the floor is collapsing, like the sky is falling down upon you.
Not a good feeling.
This feeling of despair.
Yeah, that's not a good feeling. It's not good.
Mikan, what has happened to you?
Whoa there! Before that, a moment of your time.
Guess we gotta vote.
What is it? Monokuma.
Yeah, we gotta vote. Let's see how you did.
Look at an A this time.
Oh, you did pretty good. Cover that 1C.
Maybe.
Oh, dang it.
Come on. Dang.
Have you gotten an A on this one yet?
Oh, I think on the first one.
Yeah, because I know the last one you got a B. I think it was the one you got the 71 on.
Yeah.
If you
Yeah,
had-
I accidentally messed up a few times during the logic dive because
That's
I
right,
was
yeah.
distracted by the chatter, so I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah.
To questions as much as I
It
usually
seems
do.
your arguments have reached a conclusion, so let's proceed to our regularly scheduled voting time.
It was that second logic dive.
Now then, please pull the lever in front of you and cast your vote. Who will be chosen as the blackened? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one? Let's go!
Oh, I thought this was the one where he bites his tongue. I think that's 4 where he does that. Yay. We figured it out. Wahoo. That was such a... Well, I can do a better wahoo than that. Watch this. Woohoo!
Well now.
You cut out right when you did it. You
Oh,
couldn't hear
we
anything.
tried again. Woohoo!
It did it again. It keeps killing at the wall.
That's probably Discord.
There
Woohoo!
goes.
Okay. Yeah, it's like...
Now then, though it may be obvious at this point,
Correct.
you got it right once again. That's like 3 in a row. That is 3 in a row.
Yep.
That's right. The true identity of the horrifying blackened who killed 2 girls was Mikan Susumiki.
It's just Sumiki.
Sumiki.
5 girls died in a row. I just realized
Damn
that.
it.
Yeah.
Like we lost 2 guys right at the beginning, and now 5 girls in a row.
Yeah. I guess we lost. Yeah.
Mahiru.
2 and
Yeah.
2 and
Yeah,
then
Mahiru and
3
Peko.
and 3.
Yeah, it's like...
Oh, we lost 2 and 2 and 3 and 3. That's funny.
Yeah. And that is pretty funny. I never thought of it that way.
Yeah.
I've also realized that in 2 of the 3 games in Chapter 3, the 2 victims in 2 of the 3 games are both girls.
Yeah.
Because in this game in V3, both of the victims in the double murder are girls. And only... There's actually never a double murder where it's 1 and 1. It's either 2 guys in the first game or 2 girls in the other 2.
Yeah. You gotta be shitting me. Are you saying Mikan, the one who nursed us back to health, was the one who killed them?
I won't forgive you.
Don't joke around with me, Mikan. Do you lie to us all along? Were you planning to kill them from the start while you were nursing them?
Hey!
Don't just laugh. Say something. This is going nowhere.
What's going on?
This chick.
Hey!
This is nothing like Pecco. She's actually gone mental.
Well, that's obvious.
There's nothing we can do. She's no longer the same person. She's no longer the Mikan Sumaki we knew.
Hey,
Based on my predictions, she might have caught it too. She probably had the despair disease, which was the motive for this case.
If that wasn't obvious by this point.
Yeah. I feel like this is a... how would you say? This particular point, I feel like is... I know why they did it, to give like Mikan a more dramatic send, but Monokuma said he got rid of it.
Yeah. No, I think I understand what it was. The symptoms that you had, once the disease was cured, once the murder happened, Monokuma got rid of it.
Yeah.
But if that quirk that you got triggered something about you that was already there, just like suppressed or something,
Mm-hmm.
then getting rid of the disease wouldn't get rid of that.
Maybe.
I'm
Or
trying
maybe
to like
Monokuma just didn't get rid of it from Mikan because
I'm trying to explain it without spoiling because I know exactly why.
Yeah.
I know exactly why they did that. I'm trying to say it without spoiling the reason
Yeah.
for it because I know exactly why she's still like this, even when Monokuma
Yeah.
supposedly cleared the disease.
Yeah.
What?
Mikan 2, you say?
I know, because I was looking at Mikan for so long. She was the one taking care of me, after all. My consciousness kept drifting, but even so, when I did catch a glimpse of her, her expression was full of despair. A despair so devoid of hope that not a single fragment of it remained.
Hold on. Did you say Mikan also had the despair disease? That means she was...
what?
Huh? Hajime, has something crossed your mind?
Yeah.
Oh, I get what I get what Hajime's saying. I get what she was trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
She knew she had it. She was trying to give it to him.
Yeah.
Because Monokuma mentioned that just like the cold, if you came in contact with someone, you could get it. It wasn't guaranteed, but you could. So I forgot that's why she did that.
Yeah.
I honestly
And
forgot
then
all about that.
also, it's a very small line, but on the second time this happens, he specifically mentions how hot her body is.
Yeah.
Hinting that she has a fever.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Of course, I wouldn't have picked up on that the first time I played the game.
No, because
But playing it again,
you see
looking for small clues like that, it does like very briefly mention that her body is hot, just like the other people.
three.
Yeah.
Yeah, my body's heavy. Not just that, it feels
Yep.
somewhat soft and
Yeah.
really hot.
Yep. So she did have the fever at that point.
That's the first time. That one right there. That was in the hospital. That wasn't his bed. Even the first time, okay.
That's right. Mikan felt really hot at that time. Now that I think about it...
This is Hajime.
Oh, sorry.
Still.
Sorry. I thought that was Nagito. Sorry.
Yeah, it showed him as someone.
Sorry. Sorry, I don't mean to disgrace Hajime by voicing as Nagito. That's right, Mikan felt really hot at the time. Now that I think about it, that must have been a high fever, just like what Ibuki and Akane had.
It cannot be.
Then, because of that disease, Mikan was...
Perhaps...
The symptoms that she surely felt, must have been deserving of the name despair disease. Losing all hope and harboring despair for all hope. Because of the despair disease, she was likely overcome with despair.
See?
That's the reason why she can still laugh in a hopeless situation.
Jeez.
Which means the Mikon standing before us is no longer the ultimate nurse. She's a completely different person now that she's infected with the despair disease.
Isn't that right?
She's a human who deserves to be called the ultimate despair.
Sorry, I'm getting too into the voice here. Ultimate despair?
That's the reason why I cannot forgive this. I mean, killing someone for the sake of despair instead of for the sake of hope.
Possible.
There's no way I can forgive that.
Oh?
For the sake of despair. That's completely wrong.
Huh?
Wrong?
That's you.
Oh, no, that's what I said. Did it cut out on me?
Oh, yeah, it cut out.
Oh, sorry.
Wrong. Wrong? What's wrong?
What I did was for the sake of my beloved.
Oh, what kind of beloved would want you to kill someone for them? Like, that's not a healthy relationship.
Yeah, we shall find out.
Yeah, that's not good. That's not good.
Huh? Huh?
Who are you talking about?
If only they were still alive, they'd be so happy. I know.
This is really unsettling.
You like the voice?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
My beloved was the only one. That's right. The only one who never hated me.
Is that true? I feel like that person hates everyone equally.
Yeah.
Or just is indifferent to them.
I think that might have been the point. I mean, if someone like that obviously would know Mikon pretty well, know what gets her attention.
Yeah, true.
And
it's
if
kind of
someone-
like how she interacted with the Despair, or the Warriors of Hope, or whatever you want to call them.
Yeah.
They... Yeah.
I think it's
Mostly
pretty
too
obvious
much.
if you have played the first game who her beloved is.
Yeah.
They forgave my existence. They forgave me and accepted me.
We won't spoil it for those of you who
They
don't
gave
know.
me value.
But that's all we're gonna say about it right now.
Yeah, Mikon is definitely easily manipulated by anyone who could give her positive attention.
Yeah.
They loved me. I loved them with all my heart, and they returned it in full.
I doubt that's what happened.
This is my reciprocation.
I doubt that's what actually happened.
I understand that I've done something unforgivable. But you know, to transcend all that is truly
It's love.
what love is all about.
Hey,
I don't think that's quite right.
I don't understand what you're saying.
You don't understand? It is because you don't have anyone to love. Is it because you're also someone who isn't accepted by anyone? What a pity. I feel sorry for you.
Oh, she just pegged him. She just nailed him.
Even if I say this, I'm sure nobody here would understand, but love is a wonderful thing. This feeling of freedom where you no longer care about anything. My beloved and I are the only ones within that thin veil, and I am just looking out through it. That's why, as long as I'm on the inside, no matter how much they tease me, splash me with water, kick me,
How amazing.
it's like nothing matters. I could just die. That's how little it matters. Who cares about hope or despair? It's love. Only love.
Could it be?
Nagito, is this really the despair disease you were talking about?
This is...
It seems that I was wrong. Not only was she affected by despair.
You're half right. It's right to say this is all thanks to that disease. Because, thanks to that disease, I was able to remember my beloved.
Remember, yeah, that pretty much tells you what her quirk was.
Yeah.
So that implies that she regained her memories of before she came to the island.
Yeah.
Because it's pretty obvious that based on who she was, that this person that she's talking about, her beloved, is not someone that she knew before attending Hope's Peak.
Yeah.
So this is something that happened in the memory loss. And I think that's pretty... I don't think that's a spoiler because you can pretty much, tell that.
Yeah.
So it's implied that sometime during her time at Hope's Peak that we've all forgotten about, she encountered this beloved and became like this. And the quirk she got was to made her remember that. That essentially implies that before this is kind of what she was like.
Yeah.
And because she remembered, that's what she's stuck as now. That's kind of what I was trying to hint at without spoiling everything before we got to this point.
Yeah. Apparently, that's what my symptom was. Look, apparently that's what my symptom.
It's your symptom.
was. What a wonderful symptom.
Which means you had the remembering disease? But if this means she remembered something and ended up like this.
Such despair.
Are you saying you were like this from the start? Were you like this even before you came to this island?
Don't get so angry. Well, first of all, the reason I became like this wasn't my fault. It was all your fault, Because it's not like I'm entirely responsible for turning out like this. I'm the person I am today because of many human relationships. So, it's everyone's fault that I turned out like this, you see? Even so, the current me was most strongly influenced by my beloved's existence. And it was my beloved who created the me that everyone can't forgive. But my beloved still forgives me and still accepts me. That is the key difference between all of you and my beloved.
Don't fuck with me!
Like I said, who the F are you talking about? Are you saying this is Mikan? She's the real Mikan? Mikan, please answer me. Did you really remember? You ended up like this all because you remembered? There's no way I can believe that. There's no way that the person you are right now is the real Mikan.
Oh, you still doubt me? Then, to prove I remember, I'll tell you all something nice. It's about that World Ender organization that you all were worrying about.
You serious?
You know? No. I just remembered. That's all. I knew about it all along. How that horrifying organization known as World Ender. I wonder if World Ender is a nickname used by that group.
I think it is.
Yeah.
We will get into that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they would be ending their version of a perfect world.
Yeah, we'll get to that when we get to that.
Yeah.
But I think I get what you're saying. I think you're right.
Yeah.
We'll get to that when we get to that.
Yeah. I didn't really pick up on that the first time we played through, but that makes a lot of sense why they would be called that by Mikon.
Or by Monokuma, more
Yeah.
first and foremost.
Yeah. It's also the organization known as the Future Foundation.
Yep, there you go.
Yeah.
The World Ender is
Yeah,
just,
so-
like you said, a nickname for Future Foundation.
Yeah. Because, yeah.
Future Foundation? Future. That's right, the symbol on an ancient ruins door.
Yeah. Japanese kanji for future.
Yep. That's right. It was the Japanese word for future.
Hey, just what is the Future Foundation? What are they planning?
As the name suggests, that organization is the World Ender. The Future Foundation is trying to end our world. Oh yeah, so she just says it right there.
Yeah.
The world that Monokuma wants to build is being ended by Future Foundation.
Yeah, at least that's what's implied.
Yeah. To put it simply, they're trying to claim the world for themselves.
This is bad.
What the heck? This isn't a comic book, you know. What is their plan to end the world? The Future Foundation brought us to this island.
Well, I think we knew that, like,
Yeah.
by this point, like that they were the ones who brought us here. I think we kind of learned that in this chapter 2.
Yeah. Isn't that right, Monami? Huh?
I knew it. Monami, Monokuma. They're both members of that crazy organization, aren't they?
Monami and I aren't members.
I am Monokuma!
I am Monokuma. My existence is entirely my own. Oh, I forgot.
I didn't remember that.
The Mikon poo-hoo-hoo. Oh, it's funny.
Hey,
Don't laugh. Hey, Mikon, if you really do remember, then you already know, right? You know the true identity of the traitor hiding among us.
Should I do it? Amogus.
I was about to say, go ahead. Well, I haven't done.
Of course I know that. Let's see. The Future Foundation lackey is hiding among you all is...
Oh?
Oh well, no one really cares about that, don't you think?
of course not.
Oh, hell no. You'll find out eventually, so there's no need to be impatient. Probably when that countdown ends.
Countdown? You even know about that?
Oh?
I don't know anything. I have a feeling that's what it is. But who cares about that, you know? I'm drowning in so much love. From the bottom of my heart, I just don't care about anyone or anything.
That is...
Mikan, is this really you? I won't believe it. There's no way I can believe you were like this all along. Because if that's true, then who's the person we've been spending time with up till now?
The past. Dun, dun, dun.
Yep. Past?
That person. She didn't exist in the beginning. She's just my past self who lost her school memories. You guys considered that thing a friend.
Oh?
That doesn't make me happy at all. It just fills me with despair.
Shouldn't that make you happy then?
You guys accepted my past self, but not my present self?
That's...
Well,
that applies to you all as well. Memories of people, memories of events, whatever memory it is. Losing memories are
do you understand?
like losing your personal identity. Memory is the most important component in building a person, don't you think? I mean, it's not wrong.
No, it's not.
If you were I mean, even animals we have as pets and stuff.
Yeah.
Right? Like they only have certain personality traits because even their simpler animal minds remember things.
Yeah.
And like do things a certain way. So it's like even for an animal, their memory is important. And that goes even more for a human. Where our whole life and experiences, even the language we use to communicate is all stored in our memory.
Yeah. So if you take away someone's memory, yeah, you can make new ones, but you're not going to be the same person as the person who had all those memories.
Yeah. Losing our memories makes us shadows of the past. Don't you think?
Hey,
I don't know what you're trying to say, but in the end, it always leads back to that story. The story about our stolen school lives.
Hey!
So, it was true all along. Our memories were taken away?
damn it!
If it wasn't true, we wouldn't be suffering this much.
Well, why don't you just take your sweet time and remember at your own pace?
Oh?
Oh, Monokuma! Is it alright if you start now?
Yes, indeed.
Punishment time!
Damn it, why? Mikan, why does it have to end like this? This is too pointless. This is too much.
Yeah, unlike the first two, where they pull you into this, where you feel really bad for the person who is also being executed as well. It's kind of like the opposite, where everything they were trying to like achieve something, right? Save someone.
Yeah, Teru was like, he, for one, wanted to stop Nagito from killing everyone or someone, but also wanted to like go see his mom, which is, understandable. But if you lost your memories and she was in bad health, that's understandable. And then, Peko killed Mahiru because she wanted to save Fuyuhiko.
Yeah.
And
then now for this, real Mikan to kill off two people just for the sake of some dead person's love
yeah,
feels incredibly hollow compared to the potential sacrifices the other two had made up to this point.
Yeah. Because I said, like, Hiyoko and Ibuki really did nothing that warranted them being killed there.
Oh.
Like, it's not like where, like, Mahiru had a personal attachment to the case for, like, in 2, and where Byakuya, like, you know, he was, like, trying to take leadership and he was trying to protect everyone. Hiyoko and Ibuki really did nothing wrong in this case to warrant being killed. Like, yeah, even though it was said, like, Hiyoko's death wasn't planned, you know, like, what did Ibuki do to deserve being killed? She really did nothing.
Yeah. Just was in the wrong place at the wrong time.
I mean, the disease really screwed Ibuki over.
Yeah.
Because even if Ibuki didn't have that exact disease, she would have been definitely somewhat aware that suspicious that something was wrong if Mikan was taking her somewhere. Even if she was still sick, she would have probably still at least questioned it. If she said, like, come outside the music venue, even though she knew she was sick. So Ibuki really did kind of get screwed over.
Yeah.
And I'll get to our thoughts when we get to that at the end, but let's just get to the end of this real quick.
And I kind of mentioned it as when they were saying the opposite of each person's, you know, personality.
Yeah.
How the gullibility disease is kind of contrived a little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, we can talk about that much more later.
Yeah.
Now then, I prepared a very special punishment.
The ultimate nurse, Mikan Sumiki.
So it's over. It's really... Now I can go to my beloved, who always forgives me. I can finally see them. Please forgive me, the one who's going to die with the hope of finally seeing you.
Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time!
Well, this is like the one time I don't think you feel bad for the person who dies in the game. Like, I think this is the only trial, even looking at 4 and 5, the only time where you don't feel bad for the person who dies.
Yeah.
In some way.
Yeah, I guess some people might not feel bad for the person in 5.
Well, I'm talking about the culprit.
Yeah, exactly.
Bye-bye, ouchies.
Well, yeah, I guess in 5... Yeah.
I'm not talking about the victim, I'm talking about the culprit.
Yeah.
This is really weird. I remember this part. This is really weird.
Yeah. I never really understood this particular punishment.
Yeah, I don't really either.
Especially that shot right
yeah,
there.
Just her butt.
Yeah. Like, why are they, like, trying to make her look sexy during this? I don't understand.
I don't know. And Monokuma just face plants. Also, I think the shortest one in the game.
Yeah.
Get to that later when I get to that. It's finished. Is it really finished? The killer who killed Ibuki Miyoda and Hiyoko Saionji was Mikan Sumiki. She's been executed. All 4 of the girls in that game are now dead. She apparently committed her crime because she was afflicted by the despair disease.
Oh yeah, that's very true. Everyone but Akane.
Akane wasn't in the game.
Was she not?
No.
No. Yeah,
So-
it was just Ibuki, Sato, and then Mikan and Hiyoko.
And Mahiru.
Mahiru.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also Natsumi, the other Kuzuryu.
Yeah.
But yeah, everyone's dead in that game except for Fuyuhiko now.
Yeah.
Everyone in that game is dead except for him.
Yeah. We'll see if he survives.
Yeah. I hope he does. So what? What's finished? Nobody wanted it to end this way.
Let me ask.
Who was that Mikan from earlier? Was that her true form? Or is that itself a symptom of that despair disease?
Damn it. It doesn't matter either way. If she ended up like that just from remembering, then all along Mikan was never worth being a symbol of hope.
But
Even if her words were influenced by the despair disease, if the disease turned her into that, if she lost herself to a simple disease, she was definitely unworthy of being a symbol of hope.
isn't that right?
So, let's just move on. Come on, let's take all this despair and change it into hope.
Please wait!
That is impossible. I mean, I thought we were friends the whole time, but even so. Like a house of cards collapsing in an instant. In the end, our friend we thought we knew ended up showing a completely different side of herself. Then she vanished from our sight, leaving behind only her malice towards us. And now there's no way we can just move on or try to have a clear-cut attitude about these feelings. That's clearly impossible.
Damn it!
It would have been so much easier if she was a traitor too.
Wrong.
That's not the case! Mikan was not the traitor.
Come
The
on.
traitor's still alive! As proof, see how fine Monami looks right now. I'm not fine at all.
Hmm?
But if the traitor died, you wouldn't be this calm, right? I mean, you're both pawns of the Future Foundation. So you guys are like two hearts beating as one, right?
You fiend.
What does that make you, fiend? You did say you're different than Monami.
Phew.
Who cares who I am? More important, I'm tired. The drama just keeps going and going. I didn't even have time to eat my black bean right. What? Eat my black bean right eye during the break.
Oh, his actual eye.
His eye is a black bean.
Kind of is. I mean,
I never really thought about it. I thought it was just like a piece of plastic or something. I forgot about that line.
yeah.
Yeah, I know his red eye is like the camera or whatever, but
Yeah.
yeah, I guess his other eye is just like a little bean or a piece of plastic or something.
I mean, it also is like the Hope's Peak, part of like the Hope's Peak symbol.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, I've come to realize one thing about this chapter playing it again. We forgot a lot of lines in this chapter.
Yeah.
Even more than, I think all the other
It's
chapters
a
were
lot
getting.
longer than we even remembered.
Yeah,
so
I think,
it's a lot more to it.
I think even compared to any of the other 5 chapters, this is the one we forgot the most stuff from.
Yeah.
In terms of the lines and things like that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't think I really remember anything much about 4, really.
Okay. Maybe it's just me, because I mean, 4 is another one I'm kind of fuzzy.
You've probably rewatched 4 a little bit more.
I've only watched a little bit of 4. I think maybe it's just because I know 5 and 6 so well.
Yeah. But yeah, 3, I don't know. A lot of, the more I've played, the more it feels like this game is like kind of a blur in some aspects.
Yeah.
Because we played it so quickly the first time.
Yeah. Alright.
Your right eye is made out of black beans?
Hey!
Wait, now's not the time to focus on that. What are you trying to say?
Hey,
You know, isn't it said that life has its ups and downs? It's fun because downs comes after ups. But what if life was full of downs? Wouldn't it get boring? So in order to help you guys feel better, I've prepared a special event.
Special event?
Head over to the first island's beach. An old friend will be waiting there.
Oh, right, this. I forgot this happened right at the end.
Yeah.
This is the last bit of chapter 1. Or sorry, chapter 3, excuse me.
Chapter 1.
Sorry, this is the last bit of 3. This is the last bit of 3.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, in every game, Monokuma always goes out of his way to purposely give them something to be happy about. just so they can feel more despair later.
It's usually related to like letting them explore more stuff.
Yeah.
Old friend.
Huh?
Could it be Nekomaru?
Hey!
Is it? It is, isn't it? Nekomaru was safe after all. Safe. How should I say this?
I knew it. I knew that crazy bastard Nekomaru would come back to us in one piece.
Awesome.
Sorry.
Awesome, we're starting to see the light of hope.
The light of hope? I am happy Nekomaru is returning to us, but
So just as I thought.
3 of our friends just died, so I cannot honestly be happy.
Miss Sonia.
However,
Even so, I am still happy. If Nekomaru is safe, I am truly happy.
Fine.
If you are happy, you should honestly greet him with open arms. Perhaps those who have been taken from us would do the same if they still lived. I know Ibuki would have.
Yeah.
Hey, Supreme Overlord of Who Gives a Shit. That line doesn't suit you at all. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Silence.
Silence. I shall crush you into dust. Ibuki, Hiyoko, and Mikan. Can you hear us? If you are unhappy, I apologize. However, please forgive me for right now. I want to warmly welcome Nekomaru when he returns to us. You don't have to worry, Sonia. I'm sure your feelings are reaching them.
Right?
Then let's all go greet Nekomaru. Let's make it grand, even for those who have died.
That's the one time Chiaki said something after this whole trial.
Bob. Huh? What the heck? Do I still have the after effects of that disease? I don't get it at all.
She's not very in tune with her emotions.
No.
Akane.
All right.
Alrighty then, let's go.
Yeah, you're right. Let's roll. Let's go see Nekomaru. Nekomaru's coming back. When we heard that.
I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't think Kazuichi particularly was affected by any of the deaths of this chapter.
No, not really.
Yeah, like
Hiyoko
never.
Hiyoko called him trash all the time. It's pretty obvious he didn't like her.
Yeah. And then like he never really cared about Mikan. And then like he never really hung out with Ibuki for any reason. So
That's out of the fact he hated her music style.
yeah.
Or maybe he didn't hate it, it just like killed his ears.
Yeah.
It's not
But,
I don't think it's like he disliked the two of them, it's just he didn't have any strong feelings about them.
Yeah.
He was probably the one definitely least affected out of this cast.
Yeah.
We were unable to contain our excitement as we jumped into the elevator. I remember your first reaction when this happened.
Man, they just ran off without listening to what I had to say.
Unbelievable.
Jeez, they're so impatient. Didn't they learn to stick around until others have finished talking?
Well, maybe if you got to the point faster and didn't
Yeah.
pussyfoot around the issue all the time, people would listen to you.
Yeah. Hey! You're plotting something again, aren't you?
No way!
I'm not plotting anything. I was just trying to properly explain everything to them. Including Nekomaru's body. Huh? Nekomaru's body? It's their fault for not sticking around until I finished talking. Well, it's obviously that you didn't stop them.
Yeah.
Either, so
Yeah, you didn't. And you, like I said, you just danced around everything. You didn't just come right out and say it.
I feel like he wanted them to be surprised.
Yeah, that definitely sounds like him.
If something happens because of that, I bear no responsibility. You... What did you do to Nekomaru?
What's this?
What did I do? I just saved him. That's all. I mean, I didn't... If I didn't do that, there's no way I could have saved someone that close to death. So, it just couldn't be helped.
I remember your reaction when we saw this for the first time. You were really, you were stunned, I think.
Yeah.
As soon as we exited the elevator, we started running. Hurry, to the beach on the first island.
Alright, let's haul ass.
Okay, I don't know if I've ever heard that phrase before. Even though our minds were completely exhausted, strangely enough, our bodies felt light. Without stopping for anything, we kept right on running toward the beach on the first island. Where in the world is Nekomaru?
Hey, Nekomaru, show yourself.
Listen!
We have come to pick you up. Please hurry and come out of hiding. We raised our voices. We looked around the area. We raised our voices again. We looked around the area again. And so on and so forth, we kept looking for him. But...
Hey!
What the hell, man? He's nowhere to be found.
Damn it!
could it be? Did we get false info from Monokuma again? And that's when it happened. We heard a familiar voice echo throughout the beach.
What happened? Were y'all looking for me?
Could it be?
That voice! With high hopes in our hearts, we turned toward the direction of the voice. And we saw something, and then we saw something truly unbelievable.
This would be truly unbelievable.
Yep. I think those faces say a lot about what you're about to see.
Everyone is just
stunned.
Silent.
They're just stunned.
Huh? What the?
Yo! I've kept you waiting. Hey, what's going on? Perhaps you don't remember my face since we haven't seen each other in a while.
Yeah, that's it.
That's pretty sad, you know? That's too much!
Who are you?
Huh? You too? What's going on? If you're messing with me, I'll stop doing it to you.
Oh, that.
Nekomaru? Haven't you noticed it yourself?
What do you mean, noticed? Oh, you mean this body? This is nothing! The name's Nekomaru Nidai! I've been reborn in the rivers of hell!
I remember your reaction. You were just like stunned when you saw that.
Yeah.
And for that matter, when I first... And as a matter of fact, when I first saw it, so was I.
Yeah. I don't think anyone could possibly imagine this is what would happen.
Yeah, I mean, what else do you say to that, Sonya?
Yeah. That is a lot to take in.
I just realized when those two, things come out on the top of it before everything else comes out, it looks like a Mickey Mouse head.
Yeah.
9 days left. Almost 9.5 days left. Wrapped by the ocean's scent. Chapter 3. End. Down from 12.
Dong.
Down to 9. To be continued. Excuse me. You obtained the nurse's apron. Save the game. We don't have to go through that again. Alright, now just pause it and then or we can just leave it here on this screen. Well, everybody, that's the chapter. Before we wrap it up, I've been talking it up for a bit. We're gonna talk real quick about some of the thoughts about the chapter as we tend to do. I'll start here, but as I mentioned before, this chapter is the source of a lot of contingency among the fan base of Danganronpa for a lot of different reasons. I think first is firstly it's the motive where I know in every motive, not everyone has a stake in the thing. Like with the motive, say, like in chapter 2, where obviously those who weren't involved in the game may not have as much of a stake in what happened as someone who was. But this motive, it's like it essentially targeted specific people. Like, I think it would have been more fair, and I don't know how you would have done this, but if everyone had the despair disease and not just a handful of people, because it really felt like those people were kind of screwed no matter what
Mhm.
happened. Like
Yeah.
especially Ibuki. Looks like at least if everyone got the disease, then maybe everyone's symptoms weren't the same, but that wouldn't have maybe wouldn't have put it as quite uneven ground because Ibuki really did get screwed by that.
Yeah.
Um, and I think that's the source of it, a source of part of it. And I guess real quick, I should talk about what I do like about this chapter because there is a bit, like you mentioned in the one of the other streams, the humor's pretty on point in this chapter.
Mhm.
There's some really funny moments and some funny lines, and I do like the idea of the killer who literally fakes the autopsy and to kind of fool everybody because that's not been done before, and I kind of like that idea of that. Um, And I also had the same problem that I had with that you I think had with 2. This is the chapter I didn't, and maybe it's fitting if that it was this chapter that I did not care about the people that died in this chapter.
Mhm.
Like I don't care about Hiyoko. In my first place, I did not really care about Ibuki, and I didn't really care about Mikan. So I think this is my chapter 2, like that you had.
Mhm.
And I think maybe it's fitting because they even mentioned it. We mentioned earlier. It kind of feels maybe more pointless the result compared to the other chapters.
Yeah.
And so maybe that's fitting. Um, so I'm like, so I mean, I did like that aspect of like the idea of a killer that's fake, that like is the medical person who's faking the autopsy and everyone's going to believe it because who else knows about that stuff. So I thought that idea was pretty good. And I'm trying to think of anything else I really liked about it. Like I do think it does a good job at creating this real feeling of unease around the whole chapter, and it does that pretty well. But the other thing that I think people have a problem with is the actual murder plan. Um,
Yeah.
like there are some things that just don't work about it. Like the whole plan itself, you know, actually killing Ibuki, that's not the problem. Like how Ibuki was killed. That's not the problem. It's all the stuff that happened after that. Like
Mhm.
like the stuff that happened the next morning. Like with the video and having to go to the venue, glue up the door, unveil her body, all that stuff. Like all the stuff that happened the next day. That's the problem. Because they even mentioned it doesn't seem like it should be possible. And even if it is, you're telling me, and this is the thing what a lot of people think, you're telling me the clumsiest person in the whole group is the one that's able to do that? Like, even if she had the disease, that still doesn't take away her physical conditioning. And you're telling me that the clumsiest person out of the whole cast was able to do all those actions so perfectly? Like I can't I don't really think I can buy that. And I don't think a lot of other people can either.
Mhm.
Um and um I mentioned this in V3 that Hyoko's like they had the same problem with Trial 3 and V3. The majority of the trial is spent talking about one of the deaths.
Yeah.
Like where you spend so much time talking about Ibuki and Hyoko's just glossed over. They don't even tell you
Yeah.
what the murder weapon is that killed her.
Yeah.
Like they just say
Just
she got her throat slit when she walked in the video. They didn't even say like what happened or even like
yeah.
make an attempt on what happened to
Mhm.
Hyoko. Um and
Yeah, the only reason she's even brought up at all is because the uh the trick with the pillar
yeah.
and like all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and
Like
then
hiding
the key.
the um the time of death
Yeah, that yeah.
and stuff.
Yeah.
But like the it Yeah, because it was unplanned, it does. Once they kind of get over the fact that, like, why
Yoko was
she
there.
was, like, taped to the pillar in the first place,
Yeah.
it kind of doesn't matter that she is there.
Yeah.
It's like they like, yeah, she's there. Like, why? How did she get there? And once they figured out how she got there, they kind of just didn't.
Don't bring it up again.
Yeah.
And that's like, and I think that's really lazy. And this maybe, and this is nothing I think has been confirmed, but this is thing that's been alluded to by a lot of people who have combed through like developer files and stuff like that. That Hiyoko may not have actually been planned to die in this chapter.
Yeah.
Like there's been talks that it was supposed to be Fuyuhiko instead. And so there's talks that maybe that's the reason this chapter feels so choppy at times
Yeah.
because it was changed last minute.
Yeah,
And obviously
it
that
does feel like something changed,
yeah.
but yeah, at the same time, I think I saw this in a video a while back. Someone mentioned how the um they hint at potential character growth
Yeah.
for Hiyoko,
Yeah.
and then just sort of like, nope,
Nope, she's
never
dead now.
mind.
Nope, she's dead now.
Yeah, yeah.
Because like
So,
you saw she was actually willing to change, and
mhm,
then it also kind of went away when Akane did something really stupid,
yeah,
and then now she doesn't even get a chance because she's dead.
because I feel like you could have replaced Akane with Hiyoko here, and
Yeah.
not much would have changed.
Yeah.
Right. I feel like Hiyoko, in a lot of ways, would have been a more interesting character
Just given what she'd already been
to
through.
have for the rest of the game.
Yeah, just given what she'd been through in relation to the plot already compared to
Yeah.
Akane.
Yeah.
Because even after this, Akane is not really useful.
No.
Like just thinking about the other chapters that she's in, yeah,
Like,
Akane is not very useful.
yeah.
Um,
Like 4 or 5 and even 6. Like, she doesn't really do, like, obviously they kind of include her, but she isn't fundamental to the plot. Like, there's nothing that she does that Hiyoko couldn't have done or just been more interesting as a
yeah,
character.
yeah, and
for the
maybe that
rest
would have
of
been
the
yeah, so
game.
that would have been kind of interesting, but so that's yeah, and so that's kind of I think that so obviously we won't know unless the developers of the game would just flat out tell people that, but obviously you're not going to know. But I think that's pretty heavily implied, and the and that's my kind of thought. Like I before I let you give your thought real quick, I've mentioned this story before. Like there's a fanfic I've read that kind of I think fixed chapter 3 in a way
Mhm.
where they used the despair disease motive, but I think practically everyone gets it. And the quirk is that over time, everyone will start to regain their memories, even if they didn't have the remembering disease. If
Mhm.
you get it for a certain amount of time of being exposed to it, you will regain your memories.
Yeah.
So even if your quirk was say like what Ibuki had, in this game, you would eventually get your memories back. And Mikan is still alive at that point in this story, and um, you know, she's obviously the one who's probably the most affected right away because that's the quirk she had in the game, so they kind of kept that. And when she finds out someone else remembers, obviously that changes a lot of things.
Yeah.
Um, and it's hard to explain without spoiling the rest of the game, even talk about this story. But I think it kind of fixes it a lot
Yeah.
to where it's to where it's like it's now not just like 3 people that get it; it's now half and half of the whole group that have it now, and the half that don't. So
Yeah.
it's not just a handful of people; it's literally over half of the group that gets it. So
Yeah.
it kind of fixes it, and it's like, and the deaths are explained a lot better. But before we wrap it up, what do you think? What do you think about this chapter? Like, do you agree with some of the stuff I said? What are your thoughts? Then we'll wrap it up for the night.
Mhm. I think overall um I think losing Ibuki and her, I don't know, kind of goofy cheerfulness
Yeah.
definitely makes it, it's one less interesting person to interact with, and as well as like missing out on Hyoko's potential character growth. I think kind of possibly weakens the story of the game as a whole.
Or at least the potential of it.
Yeah. Um but yeah, I can kind of see like why they chose who they chose. But yeah, it definitely feels like they purposely went out of their way to make it feel meaningless, like they mentioned like in the plot itself. So that could be partly why it does feel like that. They probably wanted it to feel unsatisfying on purpose and not necessarily make people think it's the worst chapter, but definitely make it less palatable to people on purpose.
I think this definitely is the weakest chapter in this game.
Yeah. I wouldn't even say it's a weak chapter. I feel like they probably expected the responses
or maybe not the weakest chapter, the weakest trial and like case. I think that's a better way to put it.
Yeah.
Maybe not the weakest chapter, but
Yeah.
definitely like.
But what is the qualification of weak? Right.
I think you're just also
Because,
comparing it to like the other trials that you're looking at.
Yeah.
I would love to at some point. I think at some point I would love to do a tier list for myself personally of how I would rank the trials in each game.
Yeah. Because I feel like if you're going to rank a trial, you have to assume what the devs intended for the audience to feel after the chapter ends.
Yeah.
Right.
That could definitely be a factor.
And I feel like in that case, they succeeded in making it feel pointless.
If that was the intention, then I applaud it. But it
Yeah.
still doesn't. It still doesn't.
It doesn't make it. It doesn't make it sit well. But they
No.
didn't fail in their intended design.
If that was the goal, yeah.
Yeah. You can still respect the design work that goes into making someone feel a specific emotion without necessarily enjoying the design itself.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think this chapter has the problem that I think I think all three of the chapter 3s get is like the characters that die are the really irrelevant characters that are still alive.
Yeah.
Like in the first game,
especially in one, especially in one. Like,
because like Hifumi and Taka are not relevant really at all.
Yeah.
Like Celeste a little bit, but like the three of them in the grand scheme of things are not very relevant. No. In V3, obviously Kyo, Tenko, Angie, they're not relevant characters.
Yeah.
In the grand scheme of things. In this game, obviously Ibuki, Hyoko, and Mikan, well, at least Ibuki and Hyoko are not very plot relevant.
Mm-hmm.
Like to the overarching story. And it's like I think that's the kind of the criticism all the chapter 3s get is that just the least important characters out of the characters that are still alive at that point, those are the ones who die in 3.
Yeah.
And and I think that's it's a valid criticism, I think, like or as in I think that's true. Like that is the characters that die in those chapters.
Yeah. And I think for me, the thing that is a little annoying, I've mentioned it multiple times already, but I feel like Hyoko was possibly not, possibly could have been a more important character.
Yeah.
Like, instead of, replace her with Akane there. I feel like Akane is more useless overall to the entire plot of the game.
Yeah.
Except for what happens to Nekomaru to set up future events.
She's sort of like the Himiko of this game. Yeah. Like the character that just kind of gets to the end and is just there.
Or the Toko.
Yeah, or the Toko.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean the Toko and the hero. She's sort of the Toko and hero of this game.
Yeah.
Like it's obvious that Toko and Hiro are the two least important characters of the 6 who make it to the end. Because at least Hina is a little more important than them plot wise. And then, like I said in V3, Himiko is definitely the least important out of the 5 that get to the end. Yeah, and that's fair. And I could agree with that. I would like to see what they would do with that instead of Akane. And this isn't just me bashing Akane. This is just me talking about like this is just us talking about like potential for the plot.
Yeah.
This isn't us like just bashing Akane's character.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Because they tried to make her relevant by giving her
the Nekomaru plot,
like that, and then later on, she starts to talk about her gut feeling, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So like they kind of try to make her relevant with those kind of plots, but I don't know. It just feels
small.
like very kind of small and insignificant compared to what some of the other characters contribute.
Yeah. And considering that there's one other character who gets to the end that also is not super plot relevant, just Akane feels kind of like a wasted spot.
Yeah.
It's like looking at the other characters who get to the end, like there's 3 that I would say are actually decently useful and like, somewhat relevant, and Akane and one of the other characters just are kind of there, and I feel like you didn't need one of them.
Yeah.
But it is what it is. I mean, we have now finished the most controversial chapter in this game.
Yeah. And this has taken over 4 hours to do, so
which is still shorter than Trial 1.
Yeah.
But
my brain is starting to get sleepy.
Yeah. Well, that's all right, because we're done. Well, that's it, everybody. Thank you for joining us tonight. In the next stream, we will be taking on the start of Chapter 4. I will admit, Chapter 4 is another one I remember like half of the stuff that's in 4. Because
maybe it's just because I'm sleepy, but off the top of my head, I can't even remember what happens in Chapter 4 right now.
Yeah. But yeah, but like we'll figure it out. But yeah, but like 4, 4 is like the other one that I think I'm the second most, lack of memory.
Yeah.
There's like a few things I remember really well, but there's a lot of stuff that I don't.
Yeah.
And you will be glad.
I think this is when we go into the alternative environment.
Yeah, that's this chapter.
Yeah.
That's 4. So yeah, so we'll start that next time. Join us then for more Goodbye Despair. Good night, everybody. I have been Mr. Grinchman, once again along with ACP. Thank you for joining us. We'll see you next time. Good night, everybody. In stream? In